show you what it looks like here. So, okay, so let me just see if you can see that. So our sauce has some chunks in it, which is the tomato, which I wanted, right? Give it some substance. But the liquid itself is pretty much where we want it. So, excuse me. So I need that hydrate button when we get this thing set up proper. Excuse me. So, what we're going to do is we're going to lower this sauce. And we don't want to cook it too much more. We can cook it, but not too high. This is what I'm trying to say. You still want to cook it, but you don't want it as high, because we want to utilize that liquidy. We don't want a thick sauce, is what I'm trying to say. So drop it down on your gauge, like just you want kind of a medium low simmer, not heat coming up. So you want like a simmer, but not too much. So now we're going to grate some cheese. I like to get a pan just so you got more elbow room when you're grating, you know, as opposed to putting it into a bowl. How's it going in there?
All right, so just to let you know, no pressure or anything. I was just trying to set up everything through StreamYard. So welcome YouTube. Chef PLR is now going to two of my Facebook channels and my own channel, live channel. So for all you guys in the chat that are just coming in for the first time, and you could check the channel. Someone could check my channel.
If it's on your Twitch channel, it's automatically on my channel too.
Okay.
My channel
is there any way you could put that light on? Because it's so dark. So I put my webcam on top of this light here. So just let us know.
No, I can't now.
Oh, you can't?
Let me see.
Okay, just let us know, guys, on my channel if they can hear the sound correctly or okay.
Can they see it?
But welcome YouTube, Facebook, and of course Twitch. Make sure you guys make your way to Chef PLR's page. Again, he's making us lasagna. He made us breakfast this morning. He's a professional chef of Father Damian's, Italian. He's been in the business for 40 years. So hopefully the sound sounds okay on my channel. And I could start moving people from my channel to Chef PLR.
Wow, that's so nice. Thank you.
Make your way to Chef PLR's channel.
Welcome everybody. Thank you. Thank you for coming. It's humbling to say the least. Thank you. So I'm just gonna cut the cheese blocks up into manageable sized pieces so I can hold them. And it's easier to grate when you don't have a big huge piece in your hand. Kanda Aja, welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. So I'm gonna go on my shredder. I'm gonna go with the thicker grating slot there. So what I'm gonna do too is this cloth is a bit damp. I'm just gonna put it underneath, and that will help stabilize it so it's not sliding. It's not sliding on the countertop where I could possibly get injured. So just grate your cheese. So for those of you who are tuning in now, we are making a lasagna. We've got our sauce on the stove. It's a bolognese sauce, which is a meat sauce, and we're not thickening the sauce too much. We're going to use these types of noodles. which are oven-ready noodles. They're not too thick. Excuse me. They're not too thick. But for the sauce we're making, it'll cook while it's in the oven. And we've also just, for those of just tuning in also, we've also just made a base dough for making bread. We're going to make some homemade bread, and then we're going to turn that bread into garlic bread. And we made a little extra to send someone home with some.
Woo, woo, woo. I'm pulling out the Tupperware, guys.
So that's where we're at right now. So I'm just shredding some cheese for the lasagna. So for when we start building our lasagna, we've got everything ready and prepped up, ready to go. So if you can see that, that's a much bigger strand of cheese for grating. And that's what we want. We want to have a generous amount of cheese, not too much, but so when you're putting it down, the finer it is, the more you have to put anyways. So might as well just do it right the first time. What kind of cheese? Clarky, good question. I love smoked Gouda too. I do like that cheese also. This is just pizza mozzarella. That's all this is. And it's about 400 grams in a brick here. I'm not weighing it. I'm eyeballing it just as kind of, because this is the dish. So the mozzarella cheese is going to go on the top, right? We're not putting it in each layer. I have another cheese for that. But we're putting it on the top. So, and we don't want to have skimpy. We want a nice portion. So I'm kind of eyeballing it for that. I think I'm going to cut another one up and grate it. So that's just kind of when you're looking, depending on what you're making in your dishes, that's the idea of gauging how much prep you have to do by what you're going to serve it in, or how many people, first of all, how many people, and then what kind of dishes you're going to use for your cooking and serving kind of thing. So we could cover the top with this amount, but I think if we do another brick, that'll be good. And then any leftovers, we'll just throw it in a bag, freeze it. Or you can make grilled cheese sandwiches with it. Speaking of grilled cheese sandwiches from earlier. So you can do that too, it's fine. Mozzarella has no taste. It's bland, yeah. The reason I don't want to use a smoked cheese like you're suggesting, Clarky 2020, is because I don't want to take away from the flavor of the sauce, right? There'd be no sense in me making a sauce with all these flavors in it if it's going to be overcome by another stronger, like a smoked flavor or whatever. You could put it in, like you could do a blend even with the mozzarella, blend it in. But for what I'm making, this isn't for me, it's for Father Damien, so I have to take him into consideration. So,
You also have to take honey flow into consideration. You gotta take honey flow
Yes.
into consideration now too, guys. Don't forget about me.
Exactly. So this is why I have to be careful. So this cheese brick I'm not going to use, so I'm going to put that in the freezer. I'll throw it in the fridge for now because breakfast plates on the freezer. So just cut it up into manageable size pieces again.
I'm still trying to find a way how I could hire Chef PLR with Father Damien in the next room. I'm still trying to find a way. If you guys have any ideas
That's nice.
on how I could hire him, let me know.
I'm still blown away that Sonia Fazio and J-Rob have chickens
Sonia, all the way
Real
from the
live
Netherlands.
chickens
I
in their
know,
homes.
real chickens.
at their home.
I'd be
No, one of
afraid,
the-
I would legit be afraid of seeing
Unbelievable.
Sonia pluck those chickens when she gets mad. I would be legit afraid of her plucking those chickens or chasing them down.
One of the good things about being a good manager / boss is the loyalty you have from people. And even the loyalty from parishioners and support from parishioners. But I think there's no amount of money, well, actually I could be wrong. No amount of money that would, because money is not everything, right? So as Chef PLR was talking about, the freedom he has to be creative,
It's
to do
true,
great
it's true.
things. So someone might offer him more money, but he might not get that. He might be more restricted. And so I don't know. For me, it's never money. It's always where does God want me. But you can always try to offer him offer him something if you want to cook. If you want Chef PLR as your personal chef, you can always. But I have a feeling that people like working with me. And in fact, when I was a licensed mechanic at Shop Foreman, I know that people wanted to work. One of the best compliments as I left the trade was that many of the mechanics that worked under me were like, "You're the best. You're the best boss." I literally every Friday from my own money, I would buy them dinner, and then just say, "Okay, let's start working high." Zakti, hello, happy stream. Oh, not happy streaming.
That's what
Happy
we want.
Monday. Welcome in.
Kayla gave us some good suggestions. She said maybe you can be part of the choir, or you can do you can be an altar server. I'd probably spill everything if I was an altar server. How you doing?
Would you have to be Catholic first?
Where are you from, Sakti? First time chatter.
Mic is on.
Make sure you guys follow Chef PLR, you guys. If you guys are just coming in, he just got affiliated. So we want to make sure we do something extra special for him when we're able to support him. You know, give him his first hype train. That would be truly amazing.
Sakti, it's Monday. Happy Monday for you.
How do you see that far?
And even so, because I have glasses
Sorry.
I
on.
can't even see.
Because I have my glasses on, that's
Good
why.
afternoon, thanks for coming, Sakti. Nice to
Sakti,
see
you're from Indonesia. Terima kasih. Sama-sama.
Ooh, carry the cross. That sounds kind of heavy. I do read the Bible. I need to get back to that. Actually, what I would like is like a study Bible, like something that really dissects what the word means. So one thing I could say is Father Damien's helped, because I've had a million questions, you guys, off of my show with Father Damien, and he's always willing to answer them. And you know how many questions I give you.
Sakti, terima kasih. That's Indonesian.
Oh, wow. He's from Indonesia?
Happy
Or
Monday.
she? He?
Yeah.
Yes,
Wow,
good morning, or
amazing.
good afternoon.
How are you doing, Sakti? All the way from Indonesia. Wow. Oh, Clarky, so that's what you guys don't do. So you guys have chickens, but you don't kill them and eat
Well,
them?
then she's got them
Oh,
too.
I didn't know that. Well, she's from Barbados, so
Really?
yeah, she's Bajan.
Oh, wow.
Best accent.
Clarky, do you use the chickens like my cats?
Do you name them Garfield?
Sama-sama.
Do you have names for your chickens? Like you name each of your chickens? Oh, Clarky's like, no, I don't have chickens. What about you, Sonia?
Oh, sorry, I must have missed.
Who was the other
I
guy
am a
that had
chicken.
chickens? You are a chicken?
No, Kayla, not the King James version. You want the new revised standard version. That's what's in the catechism. That's what's in the
I have the
catechism.
New King James Version. It's all confusing sometimes to me. We got Canada. Is it Canada AJ in the building as
No,
well?
it's Kanda.
Oh,
Kanda
Kanda.
Aja.
Oh, Kanda. Where are they from?
I believe Kanda Aja. Are you also Indonesian?
That sounds
Oh, wow.
Indian to me. Kanda.
No,
Asia.
are you Indonesian?
Oh, Kayla's like, this is the King James version. There's so many versions, I don't even know.
Yeah, but wasn't the King James one modified or something?
Well, King
Everything's
James
fine.
version is a little bit. First and foremost, it's the Anglican version. But if you're looking, Kayla, if you're Catholic, what you're looking for is, so you want something that has what the Protestants would call what is it called again? The Apocrypha. So what had happened, I don't want this to take away from Chef
No, it's okay, I gotta clean some stuff.
Okay, so what had happened is during the 60s, they were trying to separate, okay, why Catholics and Protestants.
Guamanian. Someone said they're Guamanian, sorry. What does that mean? Guamanian?
Oh,
Guatemala, but that's not it.
no, from Guam.
Wow, what a mix.
Guam, Filipino, and Japanese.
Japanese. That's an amazing mix. Wow.
Yes, as I was saying is that basically what happened was, so they were getting together the text. So when the Protestant biblical studies were, or biblical professors,
What is it? Oh.
when the, yeah, she's, so I'm coming off the camera now.
No, come.
I need water, but anyways,
Okay.
so when the biblical, scholars were looking to see what the difference was.
Are you want water?
I do want.
DJ?
Oh, sure, yeah, that'd be great, yeah.
Oh, that's better. It's dry.
Oh, yeah. Yo, it could be.
Look how dry it is.
Oh, yeah, it is a little dry.
It's pretty dry in my house.
You put the cookies in? No, not cookies.
No. The house
Like
is
the fumes?
literally dry. No. It's dry because we have an old heater system. But getting back to what I was saying, in regards to the biblical scholars, so the Protestants, what they did was they ended up looking at the Jewish scriptures, and then they said, if whatever's in the Jewish scripture, that's what they'll have. But the Catholic scripture had extra books in the Old Testament. They had 4 or 5 books, 5 books. And so they said that we added that in. However, what happened is if you got to go all the way back to the 3rd century when, is it bad to use different Bibles? No, it's not. Basically it's okay, but it depends on the translation. It also depends on whether it's literal translation. They take the Greek, the Koine Greek, or the Latin, and how they translate it. If it's translated literally, or if it's translated in more of like an understanding way that we can understand. But anyway, so what ended up happening was the Catholics. What happened around the 3rd century? The Catholics were coming up with their canon of scripture, and so were the Jewish people. So what they did was the Jewish people said their criteria for scripture was different. It had to have been written in Hebrew in order for it to be considered scripture. But when you go all the way back to the 1st century when Jesus was around, they're using other scripts, right? They're using scripts. They're using, they're not just Book of Wisdoms, but they're using Maccabees. They're using different scripts as scripture, whether it was written in Greek or whether it was written in Hebrew, and they were still seeing it as being divinely inspired. So Jesus' time, they were using it. And so what ended up happening was that just got brought in to what all the early Christians were using because they were Jewish. right? The early Christians. So they were using the same text. And from different regions, they would use different things. And so what ended up happening was, so the scholars just went with what was in the Hebrew Bible. They went with that, as opposed to what was happening. So they took out those other books, those 5 books, and they called them apocryphal. That basically they were added in by the Catholics, but they were not added in. It's just prior to the 3rd century. Prior to the 3rd century, they were all using it. After the 3rd century, when the Catholics and the Jews were doing their canon of scripture, that's when it compiled differently. So if you take a King James Version Bible, you will be missing those other parts that we believe to also be divinely inspired. And they're really wisdom. They're really like a lot of different books there. Sorry, that sounded funny. I want to say what it sounded like from here, but I don't know if that would be too rude. Can I say it?
No, don't say it.
Don't say it. It sounded funny. I'm like, what? What did Chef PLR just do?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot of history behind it, but if you take a look at terms of what scripture you should get, for us as Catholics, what's used on Sundays. Oh, thank you, Kenda. Thank you, Kenda. Sama, So basically, sama is you're welcome, right? Or is it terima kasih is thank you. Terima kasih. So basically, what you want to do, Kayla, is if you want to follow along with when you go to Mass and the scripture that's read in the Mass, for you as an American, you would want the New American Revised Standard. That's the one that you would want. The NAB, or I think that's what it's called. Wait, Kanda, is it terima kasih is thank you, or is it sama-sama? I think sama-sama is you're welcome, or something like that, right? I don't know. My friends are from Indonesia. And actually tomorrow, that's where I'm going to be going. Not to Indonesia. I'll be going to their friend. Well, Clarky, the King James Version is probably the most well-known. But that's why it's the most well-known because it's around the 15th century. Although, when you take a look at other scriptures, you have to really look at how terima kasih is thank you. Yes, thank you. You're welcome is sama-sama. Okay. See, I'm learning. Kanda, maybe I'll come to you and ask, teach me some more Indonesian so I can impress my friends. But, King James has been, since the 15th century, around for a lot of the Anglicans and a lot of the Protestants used the King James Version. We use the RSV, and then, there's differences. And the major differences will be, for example, in the Catholic Bible, you may have, this is not supposed to be, hey, Chef PLR, this is not supposed to be a theology class.
I know.
Let me get out of here,
I
man.
think it's interesting.
Okay, Kayla, we can talk about this later.
It's interesting though.
We can talk about this later, and but I don't want to take away from Chef
It's
PLR's
okay because it's
stream. But I know there's dead air because he's waiting for the regatta. Is that regatta cheese?
we have Ricotta.
Regatta.
We have 3 streamers live here, so we're getting a little bit of everybody, no?
Yeah,
Well-
Facebook and YouTube as well for my channel. I'm trying to get people could be watching from there.
Yeah. So we're kind of it's a cooking stream, but I've got two special guests on with me, FATHERDAMIAN1 on his handle, and DJ Honeyflow is also a professional DJ, and she's also here with us as our guest. So my two guests are Father Damien and DJ Honeyflow, which I'm preparing food for them today.
Yeah, and if you put a mic in front of my hand because I talk for a living, I will just talk.
Yeah, but it's okay because I could clean some dishes while he's talking.
I'm ready to eat. I'm hungry.
I'm still full. I'm still full from breakfast, guys. So welcome Facebook, YouTube,
Thank you,
of
Sakri.
course Twitch. Make sure you make your way to
Welcome.
Chef PLR's channel, you guys.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Oh, come on,
Really
I am not that
appreciate it.
short. Come on. What time is it in Indonesia?
12 hours difference.
Oh, Sakti, so you're in the future? Like the next day?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m.
Hey,
Tara-Lee's!
Tara-Lee's! See, look at this. Isn't this awesome, Tara-Lee's? I look like a little
Oh.
meatball standing next to Tara-Lee's because she's 6
Tara
feet.
Lee's, nice to see
You
you.
remember
Welcome.
Tara-Lee's? She was my dancer
I saw her
in my living
dancing
room.
at your house,
But
yeah.
I love standing
Tara-Lee's,
beside
you
Father
dance?
Damien because
That
we're
was
like
good.
almost the same height. Almost.
Thank you for
Wait,
coming.
that room's empty. Oh, there's no music being played.
Yeah, get
Tara-Lee's,
back to
come
work.
on, DJ, get back to work. Get back to work. Now. Hey, Tara-Lee's, good to see you. Oh, Tara-Lee's asked if you cook crepes. She loves crepes.
You know what? I love crepes too.
Yeah?
I do, but I don't have I don't do it in a pan because these pans are kind of old and beat up. But I have a crepe maker at home.
Is it crepes or is it called crepes?
Crepes.
I'm just
Crepes.
kidding.
It's like this. Hey, Italiano,
Real one, Dave.
espresso. I want an espresso. That's how all my Italian clients
Well,
are.
here's a funny story. Talking about reading and language. I was at Just Desserts a long time ago in the 90s, and they had the word quiche. Right? They had the word quiche on the board. And I turned to my friends and I said, "What's quinches?"
Oh my goodness.
What's quinches?
And
Does anyone tell me what quinches is?
He doesn't know a lot of words. Look at this Tara-Lee's. His whole entire kitchen is bigger than my entire house all together. It's a nice big kitchen here. I could do a cartwheel.
It's a big kitchen. I love it. It's good
Yeah,
for
so
me.
upstairs is the exact same for my Wednesday show. It's the exact same size.
That's right. Yeah, that's right up above us. That's right.
And he's got a lot of cool rooms set up. I was showing you guys on my Twitch channel. So everyone that's on my Twitch channel, again, I'm with Chef PLR, Father Damien, YouTube, Facebook. Make sure you make your way to his channel.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm just seeing if anyone can see this. So it's at least doubled in size. So we're gonna go a little bit longer with it. This is the base for the bread we're gonna make. We're gonna make fresh homemade garlic bread, but we're actually gonna make the bread too. So I just want it to rise a little bit more. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And then we're gonna make. I'll show you how to finish that off. Go ahead. Sorry.
How long do you leave that covered? Like when you're covering bread, why is that? Is it just so it rises, or?
Well, it's just because you want a warm environment so that when the yeast, the sugar, and the flour and the water are in there, the yeast has to be in a warm environment for it to grow. So you have to maintain that atmosphere by having, like I said, if you have a clean dish towel and you don't have a bowl that you can put a lid on it, you want to cover it. You want to put a nice clean towel over top. Typically not this kind. Maybe this kind because you don't have. That's a bad example too. Hold on.
And why does it smell like beer? It smells kind of like beer.
That's
to
the
me.
yeast.
The
That's
yeast?
the yeast. Yeah.
Oh.
You want a tight woven cloth so you don't get the dough. Once if it rises too high, it'll stick to the cloth. And if you have a cloth like this,
How do you know what
it'll
beer
make
is?
a mess. So you want something with a tighter knit to it.
I don't drink beer. I don't
No, it's just
normally
nuts,
drink.
it's cheese, yeah.
It's a smell.
That's
How
how
do
they
you know?
make it, that's how they started.
He's trying to get me in trouble.
How do you know what beer smells?
It's not gonna happen. He's got a cigar lounge, people. So I don't have a cigar lounge.
So we have our sauces done.
You guys drink wine though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once in a while.
Do you drink
Sauces
beer or
done.
no?
Yeah.
Oh,
once
you
in a
do?
while.
Oh.
So the sauce isn't, it's got a nice runniness to it. It's not too thick. I don't want to make a mess with it, but you want that liquidy, but not too liquidy thickness to it. Thick, but not thick. For these noodles, you have to have it a little bit thinner, so they actually cook while they're baking at the same time. And you don't want to trip on your dishwasher like I almost just did.
We're in the other room, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big building, actually. A lot of rooms in it.
Like really amazing.
So, as growing up in an Italian household, we were always taught this, to say this with ricotta. It's ricotta, North American version. But we were always told ricotta. That's just the way we were brought up. So that's why I was bugging Father about the way he was saying it. But that's the idea. And I think originally, way back, it was probably made from goat's milk, ricotta. This is just the Italian way of saying it. So I don't know for sure, but I would imagine maybe it was from goat's milk they made it way back. Now it's cow's milk, but I'm sure you can find different versions of it. So we're just going to let this rise a little bit more, not much more. And we want to, I'm just trying to stay on top of the dishes, otherwise there's going to be no counter space left for me to work. All those coming in from other platforms, YouTube, I believe DJ Honeyflow said YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, as well as Twitch. Thank you for coming. And we appreciate you being here with us. And we're doing a bit of a different thing today where I have other actual live streamers with me that have their own channels. They're celebrating with me because I just made this new badge on Twitch, which is affiliate. So they're here to help me celebrate, and that way they can also be my mods kind of thing and work the chat. And anyway, that's kind of what's going on here. If you're new to if you're just coming into the channel now. Okay, so the sauce is done. You want to maintain the heat. You want that heat in there because we're gonna have to cook it up, bake it in the oven later. Okay, so the sauce is done. The cheese is grated. I'm gonna put this ricotta into a bowl so it's easier to work with. So you want to get a clean spatula, silicone, rubber, whatever you want to call it, and then scoop it into another bowl. It's just easier to access, to work with. And all this cheese, so the mozzarella is going to go on the top, and this cheese is all going to go in the layers as we construct our lasagna. Just give the container a rinse. And then whatever's left over, you've already got it in a container where you can fit a lid onto it. You just put the lid on it and throw it in the fridge or throw it in the freezer if you want. It's up to you. Put it away for another day. Make sure you label it though, so you know what's in your freezer when you're looking around for something. Now I have, speaking of which, I have a little bit here, which I labeled. This is just normally I would use the tape, but I just put ricotta cheese on here from the last time I made lasagna for Father. And I'm just going to put that in here. It's kind of frozen still, but that's okay, it'll thaw out quick. And then now what we're going to do is, before we make the lasagna, so what I'm going to do is put this in the fridge temporarily, keep it cold.
Oh, I think he's got it on his picture.
And what I'm going to do is, what's that?
He's got on his picture in the other room. I'm trying to get it on your picture in the kitchen.
Oh. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the second stage of the dough, the bread dough. Show you guys that. So once that's kind of, we're gonna mix it up, and we have to let it. I'm gonna divide it up into 2 loaves, and then I'm gonna proof it, kind of thing. So I'm not proofing it in the oven, but just on the outside. And then we're gonna put together this lasagna. So what we want to do is get your container. Now, it's come up quite a bit. It's come up quite a bit. I don't know if you can see that. I'm going to use my whisk for part of it, but not the whole thing. So we're going to use the whisk to incorporate the salt and the oil. So I need my my measuring cup. So for this recipe, for one recipe, it's a 1/4 cup of oil, olive oil. So I'm going to use, because we doubled it, I have to put 1/2 cup. So make sure you can see your half mark. And then you have to have the oil in here, absolutely. So don't think you can cut back on that. It's already streamlined enough. So 1/2 cup of olive oil, extra virgin, what I've got here. And you're going to use, so it's, I go between 1 to 2 teaspoons of salt per recipe. So what I'm going to do is, so 1 tablespoon is 3 teaspoons. So I'm just going to use 1 tablespoon, and that'll be plenty for this. It's not too much, but it's just enough to get a nice flavor. So we're going to use this pink Himalayan salt, which is good for you. There's good minerals in here for you, for your body. So it's just under a tablespoon, so just sprinkle it in. And then we're done with the salt. Actually, you might need a bit more in the sauce. And then get your oil, 1/2 cup, and just drizzle it in, pour it in, drizzle, pour, whatever you want. And then get your whisk and just mix everything. So even though we rose it up, now I'm pulling it all back together.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry.
So now, you don't want to use the whisk again because it's going to get all full of dough. So just clean it off quick. You want to clean it off right away because there is a bit of dough stuck to it, and you don't want that drying up on the steel. So get yourself a spatula. No, it's with the cheese. Looking for my spatula, it's in here. I like this one because it's got a curve to it.
How do you think?
I like this because it's got a curve to it. It makes life easier. So pull off the stuff off the sides, the dough off the sides of the bowl. You don't have to use a whisk for what I just did. You could simply use a spatula and just, buzz it around inside the bowl. Okay, so the reason the oil's in there is because we want viscosity with the dough. We don't want it sticking like glue, right? We want viscosity in there so that it's pliable and we can work with it. So now I have to add the rest of the flour, and you just do it in increments. So now because we doubled it, I owe the mixture 4 more cups of flour. So, looks like I made a mess here. So, we're going to add a little bit at a time, and we're going to use the rubber spatula to incorporate it so that these guys are having a ball next door. And then we're gonna knead it, and then we're gonna let it proof. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. And the sauce is off, like I said, but it's still on the glass top, which has got some residual heat. So we're just gonna let it kind of stay on there to stay warm. So where's my right where I left it, inside the pig. So 1 cup, just kind of sprinkle it around, right? So it gets an even spread, right? And then with your spatula, work in the flour. You don't want to go crazy because it's going to go up the sides like it just did to me. So you want to be patient with it, which I just wasn't for a minute there. So incorporate your flour. You want to blend it, then we'll add the next one. You want to do that for each cup. This avoids getting clumps of like pockets of just flour. So you want to avoid that. So just mix it in. You should have a certain type of love that goes into bread making, especially. And this is and rushing through it's not going to do that. Any type of food, in fact, you put the passion and the love into it, you'll get that much better of a finished dish product. Kayla, I love bread too. I just love it. Especially fresh baked. Oh, it's nothing like it. And now, this is what I mentioned this last week, I think. Last week or the week before, when we actually made some bread. You have to use, if you're making bread, you got to use bread flour. I was making it for a long time. I was just, because I didn't have bread flour on hand, I just used all-purpose. It works, but you have to be very, you almost have to pull a MacGyver on it. You have to treat it in such a way so it's delicate. You want a little bit, you have to be careful with it because there's more protein in the bread flour. I think it's 12 to 14% more, something like that. That's in the bread flour which makes bread. Like all purpose, you can kind of get away with it.
This is what
But
we
this
do.
is
This is
far
what
better.
Damien does when he doesn't pay attention.
Oh,
This is what he
Clarky,
does on
yeah.
Sundays, guys.
Sourdough is one of my favorites. Actually, it's funny you should say that because, vegan butter, I've never had that. Olive oil's nice, yeah, I agree. I was actually gonna make a starter dough, from to make sourdough. It takes like a week. I don't know if you've ever made it yourself. It's like a week process, 7 days a week process. And you have to feed this thing every day. So you have to start it with like no yeast. You don't put yeast in it from what I read up on it. And you put whole wheat flour, water. I'm not sure if you put sugar in it, but anyways, you make a base, and then every day you leave it in the fridge, and then every day you take it out and you add a little bit. So you would need like a decent sized container to start this thing, maybe even bigger than that. And you feed this thing every day, and then you can, when it's ready on the 7th day, you can make sourdough bread with it. I know people who make it. I just don't, because I don't normally have that in my fridge ready to go. But I remember learning that in culinary school also. So you'll get a bit of settling in your measuring cup with the oil. Just pour it in when it settles. Let it get in there. You can even scoop out any little bits there so you don't waste it. So now we're going to add number 3. Now, if you find you get distracted easy, just get a pen and paper or pencil and mark down how many cups you're putting in. Every time you put a cup in, so you have your recipe, and if you've doubled it, and you put the required measurements, write it all down. And then if you find you get distracted or someone keeps calling you or whatever, just mark it down on the paper. And then every time you add something, check it off or mark it down on the paper. And that way you'll never overdo it or underdo it in your ingredients. I found, my father said, I was working at one of the seminaries there, well, 2 of them actually. And we used to get distracted all the time. Seminarians, the students would come in the kitchen and start talking to us. We got distracted all the time. I had papers all over the place, so I wouldn't forget what I was doing. No sugar. No sugar. Oh, you don't put it in. So Kayla, you made it, eh? No sugar. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I just learned something too. So we're almost at the point. I'm gonna have 1 more cup of flour to add. And now we're gonna start using our hands on it. It's still quite tacky. If you use your hands on it, you can put gloves on it too if you want. But it's gonna be quite tacky still. So I don't wanna make a mess with my hands and then dough gets wasted and everything else, right? So 1 more. There's still a bit that's unmixed, but it's okay because we're going to start using our hands to mix it. Right, exactly, Kayla, right. Okay, so I'm going to start, let's attempt using our hands. Make sure your hands are clean. And just kind of turn it over in the bowl. We're going to put it on the counter, but not right away. Just kind of like bring it up and fold it over, bring it up and fold it over to incorporate the flour. Okay, I'm going to put it on the counter. There's still a good amount of moisture in here. And but we can use our hands with it. It's not too sticky now. Put that off to the side. right, now you want to knead it. So you want to pull it towards you and then push back. And every time you do it, you want to incorporate the flour on the countertop. You fold it over on itself, and then you do the same thing. It's coming, I can feel it and I can see it, it's coming together. You want to keep your kitchen in as warm as possible for this proofing coming up. So I don't have my pastry cutter, my scraper with me, so I'm just going to use a knife to, excuse me, to cut it in half. Do you want another coffee or anything?
Oh, no, I think I'm good. Yeah, it's a lot of coffee for me.
You're okay.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Did I get you anything?
No, I'm good. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. So every time you make a bit of, like, the flour gets spread out, just pull it back in. That's what the scraper is good for, you pull it back in. How's everybody's Monday going? You guys enjoying did you have a good weekend, everyone, or anybody do anything special they don't normally do? Got the dance vibes going on, eh? Courtesy of FATHERDAMIAN1. You can find him if you're coming from another platform. He's on Twitch as well. So you just want to keep kneading and kneading until you get all the little bits off the countertop. You don't want to waste it. So you want to pull it towards you and you want to push it away. So you pull it with your fingers and then you push it away with your palms, right? Fold it over itself. It's got a nice elasticity, I can feel it. It's all kind of nice. It smells good too. So now I'm just gonna finish it off. And this part's crucial also because we've been working the gluten in the dough.
I like that word, elasticity.
We want it to mellow out and rise again.
Clarky, when are you gonna make me some butterflies?
Sounds biblical. Yeah. Rise again. What's that?
No, I was just asking if Clarky's gonna make me some butterflies.
That's interesting. Oh.
Where's
I need to know that. Yeah, exactly. So just you want to bring everything in there, blended nicely. We're getting a nice ball here. So I'm gonna roll it out, not roll it, but just kind of
Is the music too loud?
roll it a bit, and then we're gonna cut it.
I don't want the music to be too loud. Can the chat let me know if the music is too loud? Oh, I should know right here. It is?
We're just gonna cut this in half. Just grab a knife, make sure it's clean. So it's not sticky, it's got a nice texture to it, and it's gonna rise, and we want it to proof basically, and then we're gonna bake it. Now, something to note here. If you wanted, you could use melted butter as opposed to olive oil, just to change up the flavor a little bit. Because we're doing lasagna, I was going to do that, but because we're doing lasagna, I thought I would use the olive oil to kind of keep in alignment with what we're doing. So it's already starting to rise on the counter, which is nice. So just find the middle section and then cut it. Just do a sawing motion. Even though it's a straight edge, you still got to kind of do a sawing motion. So we got two pretty good pieces there. I'm going to shape them. We're going to put them on pans, and then we're going to let them rise. Now, what I might do is put a bit of parchment paper underneath, and that way, I like parchment paper. I use it for a lot of things. I'm just thinking on the fly as we go here. You could certainly use it. You don't have to use parchment paper, but you could. I think and I'm going to put a little bit of oil on the parchment also. Not underneath it, but on top, and kind of coat the dough, right? So going with the whole Italian bread thing here, my version of it. For those bread bakers out there, I'm sure I'm going to hear something about this, but this is just what I do when I'm here at work, and just kind of shape your dough. You want to form it into a somewhat of an even shape. So what I'm going to do too is I want to also, because we're going to make garlic bread out of it, I'm going to kind of make it a bit longer than just a ball kind of thing. So I'm going to do that for each one. Right? I'm going to make a French stick kind of loaf, or something like that. So we're going to put these on a pan shortly. Make sure they're uniform, as even as possible. So I'm gonna coat them with a bit of olive oil. Put them on a pan with parchment, and then we're gonna let them proof. Sauce is a good thickness. Taste it because I don't think I've tasted it yet. Got a clean spoon. That's not bad. It's not bad. I'm going to add a bit of pepper. I'm going to add a little bit of pepper to it. But I'm not going to add salt. Why? Because it's almost at the threshold for father where I want to put it. But I'm also adding cheese to it. The cheese is salty. So if you're on a strict diet with your salt intake, just keep that in mind when you're making stuff. So let me get my tray here. Put a little wash, get it clean, so nothing's going to stick to it and burn. So now, because it's wet, that works to my advantage. So now I'm gonna get a piece of parchment paper and put it on top and stick it down to the water. So it kind of saves me from trying to do that, so it doesn't roll. Because you're pulling it off a roll, it's gonna want to roll up on itself, right? So just basically line the pan with your parchment paper. So that's good. See, it sticks, sticking to the water. It's clean, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these loaves on top, and hopefully they'll rise in such a way that they don't come into contact with one another. So you got to think about that as well. So we're gonna get our olive oil. Now this part too. You can do this too if you want. Like I said, I'm not going to do it here for Father, but if you want, once you can coat it with melted butter if you want, clarified butter, melted butter, or you can use the oil that's in it, the olive oil, and then you can sprinkle a bit of salt on top if you want. And that adds a nice kind of a salty crust to it, which is nice. It adds a nice another level kind of thing. So just get your olive oil and make 2 lines on the pan, and then just get one of your loaves here and just roll it in the oil. Coat it. You want to coat it. This will help kind of keep it fresh, and you don't. Even though we're proofing it, we're going to bake it. You don't want it getting too dry, anyways, because I'm not going to cover them. I'm going to just keep them, let the air kind of get at them. So just coat them. Try to get any like bulbous spots out of it so it's somewhat uniform. And then now we're gonna let these proof. So you have a look at these, the size of them, and you'll see in a little while, not too long, you'll see it start to double in size. You okay?
Yeah.
You sure? Did I get you anything? Coffee, sure.
No, I'm fine.
You want water?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna have water over there. Yeah.
Okay.
That smell is very strong, the yeast as well. Like that yeast smell,
Yeah,
super
but that's
strong.
good. That's good because you're gonna get a quicker kind of rise out of it. And I just like those measurements I gave you for that recipe. So I'm not gonna put them in the oven, but I'm gonna put them down here.
Definitely
On the
smells
door,
like
on the
beer,
door.
you guys. Like that yeast.
Yeah, so that's natural anyways. So just open the oven door, it's on at 350, leave it on, and just put it on the door itself, and that'll accelerate your proofing process. Normally for proofing you would put it into a warm oven. I think it's like 100 degrees or something like that. You put it in at a range of heat like that and it proofs, but for me to now lower the temperature of the oven, this is kind of like a cheat. You just leave it there and you'll see, you'll just keep an eye on that, you'll see it start to expand and rise up for the second time. So now we're going to assemble our lasagna while that's going. And what we're going to do is we're going to put a little bit of sauce down on the bottom of the dish. And then we're going to lay out the lasagna noodles, and we're going to do the layers with the cheese, the ricotta, and the sauce, which has got the bolognese sauce, which has the meat in it.
Hey DJ Serge, I see you.
Oh, DJ
Says
Serge, how you
Great
doing,
technique.
man?
How you doing? Good to see you
Nice to
guys.
see you.
I'm trying
Thanks
to
for
read the
coming
chat with this TV, but I also have a phone here.
I'll get that out.
So what is your specialty, you guys? Like, if you had anything to cook in the chat room that you're really good at making, like a signature dish, what
Yeah.
would that be for you guys? I know we have people here from Indonesia and different places. So put in the chat what your signature dish is, and I'll try to read it out.
We're just gonna ladle some of the sauce into this dish.
Oh, Kanda AJ says omelet. An omelet is their signature dish.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. Joan
Nice,
says
nice.
mango salad. That looks yummy. Mango salad.
I made a mistake here.
Clarky
See?
says I
Even
have
I
many.
make mistakes.
Hard to choose.
So what we're gonna do is I made a small error. It's not a big deal. I just find this step helps. And so before you put any sauce in the dish, you want to put a little bit of butter or oil to coat the bottom of the pan. I should have done that first. And it just helps. It just helps with keeping things from sticking to the pan. So.
Safety says I'm not good cooking. To both of us. Clarky says stewed fish, Caribbean Creole style with rice
Oh
or
man, that sounds
breadfruit.
good.
Wow, that sounds really good.
That sounds incredibly good.
Joan says ask Father Damien about the mango salad. Let me go on the other
I
one
think
and ask him.
I've seen when your family brings that here. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
my mom makes it. Sorry, Joan Weisswein makes it.
How do you make mango salad?
Mango.
Got a little piece of paper towel.
But like, what else do you put in there for sauce?
Make a little pat. Just swirl it around.
Mango. What goes on mango?
You could use olive oil if you want. Butter's good because it's got a bit of a thickness to it. And it's not going to hurt. It's fine. It's not going to hurt. It'll add another level of richness to it also.
Okay, so Clarky says mango, sweet pepper, cilantro.
Just put this off to the side. You can use it for something else. That's pretty good. So now get your sauce. Try this again. And you want to make a bed of sauce.
See, Clarky, you're right. Was it Clarky or Kayla? Yeah, Kayla's right. Because I'm in the person of Christ from the Mennonite ordination. So you'd be like in Christ also.
Just kind of shake it. So it kind of just coats the bottom. Now you get your noodles.
Can I do this, Kayla?
So you get your noodles.
Oh, Kayla says I need to
And
go
you,
action.
You want to lay them out in the pan.
I'm not allowed to do that.
We're going to go across. We're going to fill in all the little gaps. We're going to put one up top here, but we're going to go across.
Can I do this?
So if it's a little bit long, you don't want to overlap. So try to keep everything spread out without overlapping. And then you want to make sure they come into contact with the sauce. So just kind of push them down as you do it.
Oh!
Oh, they have, Kayla says freestyle authority. Oh, I didn't know that. So what do I do? Sorry.
Now, because we have this one piece on this end, now we're gonna go with the long pieces on this end, and then we're gonna overlap. But before we do that, I'm gonna put a bit of sauce. This is where you do your construction project here. Ladle out your sauce, cover the pasta that you just put in it. And this also helps cook the pasta because you're putting in uncooked, dried, it's partially cooked, pasta. Actually, no, I don't think it is. It's just very thin pasta. It's dried out. My mistake. And you wanna cover the area. You wanna cover the noodles.
We should get someone to run or walk to the altar today. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's good entertainment. So that's that. Now you want to get your ricotta, or ricotta, or ricotta, however you want to pronounce it. We're going to use our hands, so just reach in, and then you want to kind of, as you put it down, you want to kind of sprinkle it. This is really good stuff. This is like the key ingredient in here. So make sure you're generous with it, but also keep an eye on your reservoir because you don't want to run out of it. Yeah, Kayla, you're right. The guests should go do it too. You're right.
Joan asked, what about hibiscus and serena? I thought you were talking about
You
spices.
could, Clarky, you could not make I think my mom or grandma.
Joan is talking about
I don't actually have any here, but you could certainly put it in. It's a good question, and it adds a nice flavor. But we have enough flavors here. Like if you don't have it, you don't have it. I don't have it, so I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, you could certainly put it in there. So look, the bread's already mellowing out and rising. You can see it, right? So now we're going to rotate. Make sure you don't burn your hands. Just rotate the pan. So now the other side gets more heat. So you're keeping everything in balance. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to add. I'm going to add a little more sauce here. And the reason is I want to have a bit of that wetness from the sauce on the bottom of the top layer, but also the bottom, right, of that layer. So just a little. You don't need much because it's going to boil kind of while it's cooking. So just kind of move it around a little bit. Gently. And now we're going to go this way because we have the side piece at the top of this over here. So go this way.
Clarky asked if you add a hint of nutmeg to it. Did you mention that?
I asked,
Oh, you just
I
did.
answered her, yeah.
Oh.
You can, it's a good question, you can do it. You can do it. And I think, like I said, I think my mom or my grandmother, her mom did it too.
What about eggs to ricotta? Did you answer that one?
You do that, I do that with crepes. I don't do it with this because it's a waste. With the crepe, you want it to hold together, right? But with this, no. You can put it in. It's not going to hurt it. If you're used to doing it that way, do it that way. For this, I'm not going to do it though. But you certainly can do it. You add a whole egg to it, and you just mix it in. And then it helps kind of bind the cheese together. But it certainly won't hurt. But you can do it. But I'm not going to do it for this. But for when you make manigotti, you put an egg in it for sure, and it helps keep everything inside the crepe from coming out. cannoli. That's what they would do, which is similar to a crepe, but it's pasta. That's what they would do, they put the egg in it. So it's a fair statement, it's a fair question. So again, just move the sauce around the pasta to coat it. You want to make sure it's coated, it's important. Yeah, that's good. Clarky knows her stuff. That's good.
Clarky's a cook. She's like a true cook.
Oh yeah, I can see. Okay, so now we're gonna add our oats. Just put it on. If you don't want to get your hands dirty, put on some nitrile or kitchen safe gloves. You know, for food handling, put those on. I think latex free kind of thing. Just rinse your hands out.
I have to cook with gloves because I'm allergic to everything. So if I'm touching fruit or touching different things, my hands literally get swollen or go into blisters. So I literally have to wear gloves when I'm touching
Is that from citrus?
different things. I'm not sure. I don't know. It could be different things. It could be citrus maybe. Maybe you're right. So I usually wear like gloves every time I'm cooking now.
That's good.
It's strange.
It's bad that it's happening, but it's good
Yeah.
that you know the word.
Oh yeah, and I always change them and everything. Yeah. So if you guys have any questions for Chef PLR, definitely put them in the chat.
Put them in the chat. And we'll
So Clarky said I don't eat eggs. That might be good. I think I might have to stop with eggs and dairy as well.
Yeah, if you don't eat eggs, like I said, you don't have to put them in. That's fine. Sometimes you get a big chunk of meat, just kind of break it up, or leave it if you want. But you want everything to be kind of uniform.
Master of Split says, yes, Clarky, you said you don't eat eggs, so I gave them to you. Where's Master of Splits from?
They came on the other day and were asking questions last week.
Oh, eggs are highly inflammatory. Wow, I didn't know that. Kayla is demanding I go to the altar. Never, never, Kayla. I'm watching you. I'm watching you, Kayla.
So we went this way, and we went this way. Now we gotta go this way again. So if your noodle's a bit big, you can just kind of snap a piece off if you want, just to make sure you get to the very end.
How long do you cook the lasagna for in the oven?
About an hour,
An
hour and a
hour.
half.
And did you layer it
Yeah, it's
with
layered.
the noodles?
That's
So
what I've
okay.
been doing now. That's what we're doing, yeah. I think this will be the last layer, so I'm just gonna hit it with sauce and cheese. And then we're gonna put the mozzarella on, but we're not gonna put the mozzarella on right away because I wanna bake it. So for the first hour, we're gonna bake it, but we also have to cover it so you get that boiling effect. So we're gonna, this will be our last layer. And then
Kayla, you're not here in Toronto, right? You're in California? Too bad we can't make you rent the altar. That was the first time I met Father Damien. I basically said he had a green screen and that wasn't his church. I'm like, that's a green screen. If that's not a green screen, I want you running to the altar. And he ran or walked like 500 meters to the altar and started jumping up and down.
100 meters.
100 meters and started jumping. We gotta do that, jumping up and down.
500 meters.
You can't jump on the altar though.
Oh yeah, you can't jump on it. That was hilarious. So, I mean, it's fair to, I wonder who can get there faster. Who do you guys think, me or Father Damien, to get to the altar? Put some ones in the chat if you think Father Damien, put some twos in the chat if you think DJ Honeyflow could get there faster from the kitchen to the altar.
Exactly, sama. Well, obviously, I think DJ Honeyflow will get there faster.
How do you know?
Well, I'm wearing slippers.
Well, I can take off my boots and we can see.
No, but then your socks are still faster than slippers.
I think your cats would get there faster than the both of
Socks
us.
dirty out there too.
I think your cats would get faster to the altar than the both of us together, especially after we eat this lasagna.
So guys, look at the bread. Look how much it's risen. The dough.
Wow, it has really risen. It's like Easter. He has risen. The bread has
Right.
risen.
Right? So we have to now put them up top. Because I gotta get my oven back up to the temperature, 350 degrees Fahrenheit, to bake the lasagna. So now what we're gonna do is, this is a crucial part too. We're not gonna put the mozzarella on. I don't know why I took it out of the fridge. We're gonna put that on after. We wanna bake it at least an hour first, and then we're gonna put the cheese on after. I'll show you that when we get to it. So
Okay, we'll do that KLF.
get your partner.
This looks so good, you guys.
Now, if you want, what you can do is get some scissors, and you can trim the excess. Just so that when you're, because we have to also put aluminum foil on here. So it's just, you don't want too much paper hanging off the sides.
Oh, that's a good idea. So you put parchment paper over top and then foil so the cheese doesn't stick.
Ask
To the
me why.
foil?
Ask me why.
Oh, why do you do that?
Okay, so why I do that is because the aluminum foil will actually start to, because of the acid of the tomatoes, the aluminum foil will actually start to come off and go into the food. You don't want that. So you want to put a barrier in between. So you use parchment paper. And then you put the aluminum foil with the shiny side down so that it doesn't deflect the heat away from the pan.
No, I'm not really hungry. We had a bit of a breakfast, so I feel full right now. But I will take leftovers to go. I will take them to go as well.
I think Father's had it. But I don't think he ate it. I don't think he ate much for breakfast.
Oh, him? Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't eat a whole lot too. I ate most of the sausage was filling.
Did you like the sausage with
Yeah, it
rice?
was great. It was great.
Okay.
So DJ Serge said that's an interesting tip. Yeah, that's a very interesting tip. Put parchment paper over.
Yeah, it's I remember when I worked in the hotels, they never did it for some reason. They never did it, and I don't know why. But it certainly will protect you. You don't want aluminum going into your food. So speaking of which,
What do you think of air fryers as well? I notice you guys don't have an air fryer here.
we don't. No, I
What do
don't
you
have
think
them
of
here.
that?
I don't use them. It's not that I wouldn't use them. I just don't. We don't have one. I don't use it. So I think if we had it, I probably would use it.
Because you could get your meals cooked a lot quicker, instant pot or air fryer. But you seem more old school, like traditional. You like cooking.
Yeah, old school for sure. That's just me. So shiny side down,
Why is the shiny side down?
because in the oven you're using elements that heat up and they get reflective. So this it's like a mirror. So it'll cook, but it'll take a longer period of time.
Wow, I didn't know that either. That's a good tip. Joan says my husband likes it, it's quicker. But I think the air fryers, some of them are bad for you once it starts scratching.
That's
Like mine is all scratched in the inside, so
Yeah.
should you be using a certain air fryer, you guys? that is not, I can't remember, is it Teflon or whatever they use, they're starting to say they're bad for you now. So you have to use a special air fryer.
Okay, another little tip we're gonna do here is I'm actually, sorry to interrupt you, I'm actually gonna clean this pan. Once it's clean, then I'm gonna put it in the oven, and then that lasagna dish is gonna go on top. And the reason is, if it should get past the aluminum and start overflowing, it's gonna hit the tray. And we're gonna put parchment paper on this too. So if that does happen and it does start to burn, it won't stick to the tray, and then you've got a big mess on your hands.
So Clarky doesn't use an air fryer or non-stick pans. Oh wow, Clarky. Probably safer. It's kind of like microwaves, you know, all this fast technology and the instant pots. I wonder if it's really good to use or not good.
These are just little tips I'm sharing with you guys because over the years, I've experienced all kinds of things. So to save you guys headaches and extra work, you got to do a couple. You don't have to, but I would recommend you do a couple of extra little steps to avoid those problems. So what was the verdict? Or someone running to the altar? Or what's going on?
Oh, yeah, we don't know what the verdict is. Kayla wants me and Father Damien running to the altar. So maybe we might do that later. I think we should do it before lasagna, not after. Or else we'll be slow crawling to the altar.
Okay, so again, we've got a wet tray. Put your parchment on it while it's wet, so it's just easier to work with. And if it doesn't overflow and it doesn't make a mess, you can reuse the parchment paper. When you do baking, if it doesn't get all gooped up, you can reuse parchment paper over and over. So, yeah, the oven, I'm sure the oven's not back right where we want it, but it's okay. So, as it heats up, so I just let a lot of heat up at the end. As it heats up, it'll still cook the lasagna.
Is there anyone that you looked up to when it comes to cooking? Like any shows you've watched, like Martha Stewart, or I don't know all the chefs, but is there anyone over time that you've ever that inspired you or that you looked up to?
There's a lot of people, not a lot, but a handful anyways. Let me just put this on. I'm gonna put it for 1 hour. I don't want to get distracted. So after an hour, we'll take it out, we'll open it up, we'll look at it, and then we'll determine and we're going to test it too for doneness, and we'll determine at that point if we're going to put the mozzarella on top or if we're going to wait a little bit longer. Growing up, I used to watch Wok with Yan. You ever seen that show?
No, I don't.
Yan Can, Wok with Yan, Chinese cooking. That's what I would watch after school. Lydia at one point. Who was the singing chef?
Singing chef. Do you guys know the singing chef?
Pasquale? I think it's Pasquale. I used to watch him a lot too. Then as time went on, now you hear about Gordon Ramsay, like guys like him, you know, chefs like him, watch them. I like to kind of keep an eye on what's going on out there, but I try not to get too wrapped up in it because everyone's got their own styles of doing things too, right? So,
do you ever watch those fast cooking shows? You know how they have a certain amount of time to cook, like 15 minutes, and then they have to create a dish?
Those shows drive me crazy.
Why
Because
do they drive you crazy?
Because I don't, like there's times when you have to rush in a kitchen, but there's other times where you can't rush, you just can't do it for whatever you're cooking. So being on a timer is nerve-wracking, I would think. And, I mean, they do it, people do it, but that's not for me.
Kayla says, yeah, the one from Chuck E. Cheese's.
Chuck E. Cheese, what are we talking about?
Sounds like it's a pizza place, I think.
No, but what was the question?
Who inspires you?
Oh, I see.
Inspire you to
Oh, and also, what was that, Emerald? Remember Emerald?
So no Martha Stewart, or was she more of a
Martha Stewart a little bit more so in the last few years, probably the last 5 or 6 years. But she's obviously very talented, knows what she's doing.
Have you ever had to do like gourmet, because you worked at fancy hotels, so like dishes where the presentation had to be pretty gourmet?
Yeah, that's I still try to keep doing that.
Oh, wow.
Even here.
Yeah.
Even here, I still try to do that because, you know, you're still serving people, whether you're in a hotel or not. You're still presenting food in front of someone. You've gone to look at all the trouble we've gone through, right? You're gonna just throw it together on a plate? No. You're gonna make it look as nice and presentable as possible. Whether it's for, if you're going on a date night or whatever date, or your family, or your loved ones, or company, or just yourself, even yourself. You want to sit down to a nice meal that looks good, tastes good, but also looks good. I think that's a nice finishing touch, and I think people should do it.
Yeah, DJ Serge says yes, he agrees.
Okay, DJ Serge, thank you. Thanks for the
Kayla
reinforcements.
says, I remember back in culinary arts, regular one-on-one of my finals, we had to make a dish. That sounds interesting. Ooh, Joan says we have Jamie Oliver and Spencer what is it?
Oh.
Okay, nice. It's hard to read the chat even on a TV. I need my glasses.
Serge, thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. I appreciate
Spencer
that. I
Watt.
appreciate it. I hope you guys are learning something, and I hope you do try these. And if you're doing something at home and you're not sure, send me a whisper on the Twitch chat, on the message system, and I'll do my best to help you off when I'm not doing this. Don't be afraid to send me messages. If I can help you, I will. If I can't, we'll make it up. No.
So Father Damien,
I'll do my best.
what is your favorite dish that Chef PLR makes that you like?
Right there. What?
Lasagna?
Look at the bread. Homemade bread. It's proofing still. Sorry to interrupt you again.
Is there anything else that you enjoy, Father Damien?
Shepherd's pie. Shepherd's pie. Oh, you know what we haven't made in a long time? I was thinking about this last night. Is apple strudel.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
apple strudel
With
sounds
puff
good.
pastry. I'll show you guys that one. Maybe next week. I'm not sure.
Next week I'll be coming in for apple strudel.
But that's a good one too. I'll show you that one too. That's a good dish. That's a good dessert.
I shouldn't.
Coffee, tea, whatever.
I'm back to eating raw vegetables, guys. Literally.
Oh, that's my butter.
I know, apple crisp Clarkie. Oh,
So
apple
what I'm gonna
strudel.
do is, this bit of butter we used on the bottom of the lasagna pan, I'm gonna melt it down,
What's a penis?
and I'm gonna,
Going to
we're gonna brush it on top of the bread, and then we're gonna get ready for when the lasagna comes out. We're gonna bake the bread. Because by the time the lasagna cools down, the bread will be baking, and then it'll be ready to be served at the same time. It's all about timing, right?
It's always nice when someone can cook you a home cooked meal, right? I think that's the best. Those stand out the most. Even if the meal isn't, you know, like say if someone just cooks you a nice meal and it's maybe not the greatest, like, you know, I think that just the thought and someone actually doing that for you, I think that's extra special. Just cooking a meal for you, you know, you don't necessarily have to be a chef, but if you do the attempt and do that, if you know, if you're married or not married or just do that for someone, I think that goes so far, is making a meal for someone.
Well, what else? I want a husband who cooks.
See, I didn't say anything about aisle 2, Clarky did, so you're gonna have to
Well,
address
Clarky
that
wants
one.
an aisle too.
Hey, we're trying to achieve aisle 7 here. That's heaven, guys. Aisle 7. Agape love.
Aisle 7 for heaven.
But nothing wrong with wanting a husband that cooks either, Clarky. Nothing wrong with that, okay?
Well, Kayla, I'm gonna have to do it after Easter next week. So I have this week is off for me, and I'm tomorrow I'm going over to my friend from Indonesia. He's got a new house out in Lindsay, so I'm gonna go and bless it, and then we're gonna have mass out there, and then with him and his family, and then we're gonna have lunch and relax out there. But this whole week is packed. Like I'm meeting up with some people on Wednesday, Thursday I'm going out, on Friday, I think Friday is the only free day.
It was like, can I have a husband that's Catholic?
She wants a husband that's Catholic.
Yeah, that's what you just said. So, I mean, Father Damien meets a lot of people. The York Region Police, he goes to funerals, he goes to weddings, he goes to hospitals, he goes to schools. So he's always meeting people. You never know, you never know. Oh, they left me alone in the kitchen.
Yes.
They left me alone.
No, so we want to see if you could cook.
Clarky, I can cook. I don't think I can cook as good as Chef PLR, but
I went to go get my Coke Zero, but if you didn't notice, I was holding the mic and I thought it was a Coke Zero. I was about to drink it from.
Oh man.
I'm tired of cooking for others. Well, I don't cook, so.
Those are the best. I think that's very, very thoughtful. Like, say if someone cooks for you, right? If you're going through someone, you know, quick story I can tell you guys. When I was really going through a lot, when I moved in the city, there was one coworker that pulled me aside. She wanted to help me. She went to church like all the time. She asked if she could pray for me. That's the biggest thing that's ever stood out to me. And the biggest thing that she did for me when I was kind of going through a lot of grief and loss out here was she was Sri Lankan. So she's like, why don't you come over to my place and I'll make you a Sri Lankan meal. I'm telling you, after like 11 years, this woman still stands out to me. And it was just the kindness of like her making a meal and me sitting there with her family. And she was a coworker. We didn't really know each other when I used to work in insurance downtown. So that to me, like just even the thought of her preparing the meal, you know, giving it to me, it was just like so much love, you know, and it was just such a simple gesture.
Clarky just said that she wants a husband who cooks, that's all. But you didn't specify cooks well or not. Like what if they don't really know how to cook well? Or the food doesn't taste good?
Oh wow, look at what Kayla wants. She wants all of that.
Well,
That
you
might
do
be
know
a dream. This is only a dream. Do-do-do.
you should want what God wants.
Exactly. I agree. And sometimes what God wants is not always in the package or what you're thinking that you want for yourself. Sometimes it's better. I mean, actually, it should be. Sometimes it is better for you, right? What God wants for you.
Are there cooks? Okay, so all the cooks in the chat, if I were to go to the oven right now and take a look at the lasagna to see, will it harm it? Like, you know how with cakes, I told you I don't know how to cook. So you know how with cakes, when you open the oven, sometimes they'll go flat. Like if I open the oven right now, I just want to take a peek and see how it looks. Can I do that? I mean, sure.
Yeah, don't open up the oven.
Okay, Clarky.
Because heat will escape. And DJ Surge is like, don't open
Oh.
it long.
I can't see anything anyways. You guys didn't tell me.
You have a light? You have a light?
No, but you didn't tell me that he put foil paper over it.
He You put parch paper, weren't you
No,
paying
he put
attention?
he put parchment paper underneath, and then on top of it, he
He put
put foil
foils.
paper.
Yeah,
I can't see it.
you can't see
All I see is like a complete covered pan.
I can't go like this, Kayla, to the priest, right? I can't do that.
Clarky, you knew that. You knew that there was a cover on it, and you didn't tell me. You just said, "Yeah, don't be too quick. I mean, don't be too long."
Can I do this, Kayla? I don't know.
See, I wasn't here when he was doing that. I was in the office speaking with my secretary.
I really like the height on this. I really do. This is the first time on camera. You know, it's looking pretty balanced here.
There's different ways of doing that though. So if you ever get your friend, is Tara Lee still here?
Oh, I don't want to. No, I think Tara Lee's is gone. She's like 6 feet, guys.
No, but what you do is, so if you've taken art, you know that there's a, you know how you can make an illusion that you're taller, right? So you're in the foreground, right? If you're in the foreground, what are you doing?
I don't know. I just want to see how it looks on camera.
So if you're in the foreground, you're much taller than the person in the background. So what you do is this, look, stay right there, okay? DJ Honeyflow, stay right there. If you want to see DJ Honeyflow, look, right now I am taller. We're exactly side by side, and I'm taller, right?
Well, barely.
Now watch, so I can make it look that I'm shorter. Stay there, right?
Okay. Let's see.
Look, I'm shorter automatically.
Oh, so if I'm behind you, I'm shorter. But
Exactly.
if I'm in front of you, I'm taller. This is what Kim Kardashian does when she dates Chris Humphrey, a basketball player, or Shaquille O'Neal.
It's
Shaquille O'Neal
optical illusion. Like,
and his ex-wife. You know Shaquille O'Neal's probably like 8 feet, and his wife was my height, 5'1". Can you believe that? Shaquille O'Neal. He could like stuff her in his pocket. He's so huge. So they never stood side by side with each other. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you want to be able to, like when you're streaming and you want to be able to do that, you can have them further back, right?
But I look very, very tall right now. I like it.
Not
It makes
really.
me look very, very tall.
I just said, not really.
Oh, not next to Chef PLR because he's 6 feet.
What? Chef PLR is 6 feet tall?
That's what he said. He's 6 feet.
I thought he said he's 5'12".
No, there is no 5'12".
5'11".
Is there 5'12"?
No, 12 inches is a foot.
Oh.
So if it's 5'12", it's 6 feet.
I don't think he's 6 feet. What? I think he's.
I don't know. I just know my own height, and that's all that really matters. Do you guys
We do
use
a dance off.
I don't know.
Robot.
Yeah, Kayla, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if I want to go to the altar for 2 reasons. One, this is Heaven's Kitchen.
Oh.
It's actually Chef PLR's show. And 2, I don't want to make it seem like going to the altar as being something like not trivial. I don't know what to really say. Like it's something special, right? It's something special.
But you do it for all diet trains. You go.
Yeah, I'm already in the church though at that point, and they're in
Oh.
House of God, right? And
We could run outside around Eglinton and see how far your reception goes.
I'm not gonna. No, I'm not
Can you
gonna.
imagine?
Yeah, the other thing too is the moment we unattach the camera, so this camera here, it's running off of what is it called? It's running off of the data, but the phone that I'm using in the sitting room, that one's running off of Wi-Fi. The moment I move it, it's gonna lose the Wi-Fi connection. And even DJ Honeyflow will tell you, how's the Wi-Fi connection here?
Yeah, like it's good rain. Well, it's shaky.
In certain places,
It's very
right?
shaky in different places in the kitchen, you guys. It's not simple. People think it's just plug in. You should see his entire setup, you guys. He's got cameras, camera phones, TVs, laptops.
Yeah, in order for the stream to go well, this is what I've learned, which I'm not really an expert, but you want everything hardwired. So when I was doing the internet here, I just made sure, like, I just basically all these wires that I just put on is just for here right now, for Chef PLR show, because to stream using on Wi-Fi, you might be able to get 20 to 30 megabytes per second. Might be able to, but in a hardwired connection straight from my modem, I'm getting 330 megabytes per second, which is
And I'm
far
streaming
better.
on my Wi-Fi, and I don't even know if it's any good on my channel. If you guys are in my channel right now, make sure you make your way to Chef PLR's page on Twitch. It's Chef PLR. We're
Oh,
here.
Yeah, hold on, I'll
So
just
you
give him a
guys can see
shout
the
out.
full chat.
Let me give him a shout out. Hold on.
Oh, and Joan is like, that's why I suggested your cats. Show your cats. You could probably show them in the other room, not cooking
Well,
here with cats.
Yeah, you want me to carry them?
Yeah, I think that would be cute.
You want black all over? Well, you can't
Put
even
them on the
see.
big screen in the other room, your cats.
What's going on?
I'm shouting you out right now.
Oh.
Wait, this is stupid.
Oh, why? What are you doing?
I'm gonna shout them out on this on here, right?
Huh?
But you're trying to get people from your Instagram and stuff over here.
Yeah, so you have to go to my page and do the shout out, I think.
I don't know how to
But
do
you just go to my page. Oh, you don't know how to go to my page? It's okay. I already put the link up on my page.
Everyone else is already here.
So
Is
they-
in his chat already.
Kayla wants to see the cats. They're demanding to see Garfield. Your cats are skinny. They look like they're on a diet. I've never seen cats
No,
that
they're
big.
they're over 20 years old.
Yeah, but usually cats are like this big.
No, they're not.
They look like raccoons.
That's actually bad. They're
Oh,
not
really?
supposed to be that
My
big.
friend's cats look like Garfield.
Yeah, that's not healthy for cats. If you want cats to live long, they have to be they can't be overfed. They're just like people.
Oh, they're cute.
They can't be overfed. They have to be loved. I'll bring it and show you in the
In
other
the
room.
other room? Yeah, exactly.
Let me just go grab.
Okay, he's getting the cats. 20 years. Kayla says she's allergic to cats. Clarky, aren't you allergic to cats? Those are unhealthy cats.
Kayla? If you're allergic to cats, why are you asking to see the cats?
Kayla's asking for a lot. Go down to the altar, get the cats, do jumping jacks, and dance.
Look at that,
Just joking.
they're dry so much, they're sticking to each other.
Oh wow, it really did rise a lot. The bread. Ooh, garlic bread, you guys.
I'm gonna just melt a little bit of butter quick. And I'm gonna brush that on. There's a little bit of olive oil on the pan here. We'll brush that on as well.
So when you brush on the butter, then you put the garlic on top of it?
No, we have to bake them first.
Oh.
And then so once I do this, then I'm gonna make the garlic butter.
Oh,
And then-
I see.
Once they're baked, then we're gonna put the garlic butter on them, and then we have to toast them.
Now,
in
do
the
you
oven.
use actual garlic or is it the garlic salt?
Oh, no, fresh garlic.
Oh, fresh garlic.
And fresh parsley.
Nice. And how long does it take to bake this bread?
It takes about between 20 and 25 minutes, roughly.
So it's pretty fast, you guys. Wow. After this, I'm definitely on a vegetable diet. I'm party. I'm splurging with this meal.
I appreciate everyone sticking around, so I know it's a bit of a long show, but we've done just multiple different things like the breakfast and, making the sauce from scratch, that takes time. And the bread, the lasagna, so everything takes time, but I do appreciate, I know we all do, all three of us appreciate you guys sticking around.
They all want
Especially me.
samples. DJ Serge says this is awesome. Kayla says, watch me dance, watch me dance. And she says, give me some food as well. I'm a foodie. DJ Serge says he's learning so much. Clarky's like, send me some garlic bread.
Oh, DJ
People
Serge,
want to
thank you.
eat. You know what? We should move the camera so they can see us all have a nice meal together.
I don't eat the
Hopefully
food.
it's not the
no.
Last Supper.
I'm only kidding.
Oh yeah, I do it. I guess you can't eat the food.
I have to taste it, but I don't sit down and start actually eating it. So anyways, so we've just melted some butter. And I think another good reason too is if we put some butter on it, it's gonna help. See, the fact that we coated them with oil also helps them prevent from welding to each other and becoming one big giant loaf, right? So the oil that we put on it did help them from not sticking. I don't know, I just kind of pulled one away from the other one. I'm sure you can, I think you can see it. So now I'm going to do this one. So we still have the oil on the bottom, right? And as they've risen, I'm sure the oil's moved with them. So what I'm going to do is just carefully, we're not going to touch the bottom because we don't want to disturb them too much. So we're just going to do the sides and the top so that it's coated. But we're not going to put, now you're getting a loaf too. Do you want salt on the top
Oh
of yours?
wow, I'm getting a loaf?
Yeah, you're
Another loaf?
taking one home.
You're gonna fatten me up.
Well, do you
That's
want
okay.
a loaf? You
Oh,
said
of
you're going on
course.
a diet or something.
No, of
after.
course, I'll take it, I'll take it. Oh, they can't see now because he's got his cats. Let me go in there.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I'll just do this while
I'm
we're.
gonna, yeah, no, I would love to, I would love a loaf for sure.
If you guys can hear me, all you do is you just gently coat the the loaves. Don't put too much pressure on them because you don't want them to deflate. Oh, you can hear me, okay. DJ Serge, whereabouts you guys? Where do you live? If you don't mind me asking. Chicago, nice. So I've never been there. Never been to that city, but I hear so many really good things about it. Maybe one day I'll get down there, but that's nice. Thank you for sharing that with me, with us. So you're just gently coating it with butter, melted butter, which in a sense will blend with the coating of oil that's kind of on there already. I just have to ask DJ Honeyflow if she wants salt on, like, you know, like a little sprinkle on top of hers.
Or, yeah, sure, I'll do that.
You want some salt on it?
Sure, well, you put salt, like, and garlic on there, right?
No, not on this part.
Oh,
Oh, shoot.
oh, yeah, because you
We're
put
gonna make the garlic right after.
Okay, whatever you think, I trust your cooking, so.
Fine with it.
Well, that's good to know.
Oh, what time is it? Let's see here, is it? Oh, it's 2
Let's hope I
o'clock,
don't
right?
kill her.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
2 o'clock, that means,
uh-oh.
What's that?
Probably done at 3 or before 3. Nope, 35 minutes.
35 minutes?
For what, sir?
That means DJ Honeyflow will have to be here with you while I go to the movies.
What, you're going to the movies? It's okay if he goes to
With
the
my
movies.
with my best friend.
That means more lasagna for me. When are you going to the movies?
I gotta leave here by 4.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we'll be done before.
So I'm gonna be by myself, guys, with
We'll be
you
done
in the
before.
chat room. Might as well make myself comfortable, get to know his cats. What else? Grab some food in the fridge. Everyone's leaving
So-
me here.
What I'm gonna do is, to differentiate what salt is,
John Wick.
I'm gonna make some cut marks in it.
It's
Just for me.
John Wick is like a former
So I'll give
mob
her,
guy.
Oh. Have you heard of the Revolution,
This
Jesus
one.
Revolution? I heard that was amazing.
Is there what?
Oh, what the heck? Kayla says there's a movie called Come Out in the Name of Jesus.
So this will add a nice kind of decorative top.
I've
to
never
it.
heard of that thing.
Right. Now just get, see, because we've been touching it, it's like sunken a little bit. So just get a bit of salt.
You can go in a picture and sit down. Yeah, it's
And
2:00.
sprinkle it on
Should
top.
be done, so he's not coming in tomorrow, though?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. You guys knew it would be this, it'd probably be around this long, yeah. I'm trying to see if there's more people coming from my page, I can.
But if you let it sit, so we've manipulated it a
This is
little
also a
bit.
5-hour stream, right? So
Yeah.
Just leave it alone and let it come back to life.
leave it alone and let it come back to life, like Lazarus.
So we don't want to open the oven, we want to put the light on in the oven, then we can see inside. And then if, and it's kind of hard to see, but if you can see it boiling inside, then you know it's where you want it.
How do you see it boiling though?
It's kind of hard to see, but you'll see movement inside the glass. So you see the aluminum, there's the pan.
But how do you see
Well, it's kind of hard
past
to
the
see.
aluminum?
Well,
I think
if there's boiling, you'll see it, you'll see the movement.
I think Chef PLR
It's on drugs?
has superpowers to be able to see through the paper.
No, you can see it. Well, it's hard too because the light's at the back of the oven, right? So you're kind of looking at what's lit up in there. But try not to open the oven because you want to keep the heat in that oven. So we're gonna check it after. It's almost.
How about
done.
if you do it very quickly? Like, have you ever done it like this and looking quickly?
Yeah, but you still lose heat. Well, we could do that.
Like if you were to do it in 2 seconds, you're gonna lose a lot of heat, and then go back in now.
Well,
Did you lose heat?
not boiling yet. It's not boiling
Did you
yet.
lose heat that way? Or
You can see it that way, but
No, I
you'll
mean-
see movement, especially if you're using a glass, see-through glass dish, right?
but what I mean is, right there, that amount of time. Like what if you had a stove that did not have a window? Is there such a thing? I don't know.
The old ones were like that.
So, but I guess you have to.
And that's why they probably put the window in, so you don't lose the heat when you open it.
So
Yeah, you lose heat. There's also a vent in the back that allows heat to come out, right? That's why when I'm baking or whatever, he can smell it upstairs, because it's coming out the exhaust, actually.
like I'm thinking for those that don't have they have a wherever they are, maybe they have an old stove. They can still look at it, but they have to be quick.
Well,
so how quick would they be? Like how quick?
Well, the best way to do it
Half a
is,
second.
for a size, you don't do it. So for the size of the dish this is, it takes an hour and a half to cook, so it's been half an hour. So we're gonna check it after the 1 hour mark. We're gonna check it, right? So another half hour, so 2:30, 2:20, 2:30, we're gonna check it. If it's looks like it's cooking and it's softening the noodle and baking all at the same time, then we know we're good to go.
Now I know there's no one here that believes this. Well, not believes this, because everyone here that's in the chat, they know that the reason you're here is because I need to do my work and my ministry, right? And you can just take a look at how long it's been so far, right?
It's been all day.
It's almost 5 hours just for this meal. Can you imagine if I was doing this myself too? And then also going out and buying. Someone would say well then why don't you just order food in and buy it? Then you don't have to cook it. But then, like Chef PLR says, you don't know what's going in there. You don't know the ingredients. You don't know how healthy it is. They load it up with sodium. There's a whole bunch of different other things. Plus, you're spending more money on making something and not getting the same value. And as the pastor of St. Monica's, I'm responsible for the stewardship of the funds that
We just got some messages from Facebook, and I can't see them because they're not going to Twitch, so I don't know if Ann is still watching.
Oh,
But how
wow.
are you doing, Amit? I think he's from the UK or
Thanks for
he
being
was in
here.
Dubai before. Amit, he
Is that
says,
DJ Khaled?
cats please, and then he goes, it's cold there. I love it, making food for tea time in the UK. Okay, so he lives in the UK now.
Thanks for being
And then
here.
he said, may I have a closer look at the lobes? So how are you doing, Amit? Great to see you. Thanks for coming through. I can't see the Facebook messages because we're all on Twitch. I could only see like the Twitch comments. So here's a loaf of bread, Chef Pierre.
They've gone down a bit because I was brushing the butter on them. And for DJ Honeyflow, I'm going to send her home with a loaf. So I can differentiate the two, because on top of hers I put salt, the Himalayan pink salt, and so I put some cuts into it. So we know which loaf is hers.
Nice.
So we're not going to mess that up. So I'm just letting them re-proof because I did the cuts and the brushing of the butter and stuff and the oil, they've kind of come down a bit, but they're still okay.
And if you guys come to Chef PLR's page on Twitch, the audio sounds much better, the sound and the
Oh my gosh, what a nightmare
also the
that
video
was.
quality.
What a nightmare that was.
So I'm using StreamYards to actually stream to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch right now, but on my page, it doesn't look as good, the quality. So make sure you make your way to Chef PLR page on Twitch. It's free to join Twitch, and you'll see all the comments in the chat. But thanks for commenting,
Yeah,
Amit.
thanks for staying with us.
Kayla just asked, how do you proof bread?
How do you proof bread?
Yeah, how do you proof it?
So Kayla, you make your dough. Thank you, DJ Serge. You make your dough like we did, like I showed you. And then you put it on a pan and you let it, now typically there's proofing equipment, like proofing ovens. This is we're doing, you guys ever seen the show MacGyver? Kind of, this is what we do here, because I don't have a proofing oven. Now typically I think those are set to about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so they're not too hot, but they're warm enough if they're properly calibrated. It's not too hot, and then you put them in there and they just kind of mellow out. So the gluten in the dough, because from when we kneaded it, it's all tight, right? So you want it to mellow out, and once it mellows out, then it's going to start to loosen up, and then you get that proofing effect, that rising effect. And also, that's also what makes your dough more tender. You're not going to get something that's really dense and tight. You want something that's, you know, got a lot of, hopefully we'll get them air pockets. You know, when you cut into certain types of bread, you get a lot of bubbles, like those bubbles. Those are all from the gas from the yeast, right? Rising. So that's the proper way to do it. But because we have a lasagna in the oven, I have to kind of compensate for that. J-Rob.
He says, please consider creating a Heaven's Kitchen
Oh, wow.
recipe book. I
Wow,
agree
this-
with you.
Man,
You have so much
I'm
knowledge to
absolutely
share.
humbled by these comments.
They make great gifts too. I agree with you because you do have a lot of unique knowledge to
J-Rob,
share.
you're gonna get me emotional.
When Kayla said proof the bread, I was gonna say, he already did. He said, look, here's the bread. You proved it.
I proved I made it. So that's kind of the idea. I hope that helps your question, Kayla. Yeah, sourdough, I don't have much experience with that, but I do want to try that. And if you guys want to go on that journey with me, we can do that. But to make the base, so the rising ingredient, instead of me using yeast like we did with this one, we have to make our own starter. It's called a starter, and it takes a week to make. So 7 days.
And I probably won't eat it. Because I don't like
It's
sourdough.
good for you though.
I'll
Sourdough's
eat
good
it.
for you.
I'll eat
I
it.
don't like it though. It's sour.
Anyways, I gotta load this dishwasher up. But all those coming from the other platforms. What is it? YouTube?
Yeah, so it's YouTube, Facebook.
Facebook.
So I have it on my DJ Honeyflow page on Facebook, and then my personal page, which I won't give out my government name, on Facebook. So people are watching there, and then
Wow, that's nice.
and then also on my Twitch channel. But again, the sound quality is going to sound much better if you go to Chef PLR's page right now, you
Okay.
guys.
That's fair.
People aren't familiar with Twitch, but when you check your analytics after, you're gonna see
Okay.
maybe a few hundred people.
I'm new, myself, I'm new to the Twitch thing. Father's been on it for how long?
Oh, only 2 weeks. You're new for 2 weeks. I've only been
I'll
on
have
it
to
for,
start it.
I haven't even been on it for a year and a half. Less than
Father's
a year.
been on almost a year and a half, right?
I-
How long have you been doing it, DJ?
I think it's a little over 2 years, so it's,
Oh, wow.
it's been a lot. Social
So-
media is like a full-time job. A lot of people don't realize that, but it's a lot of work, it's a lot of effort, a lot of equipment, you know? But Father Damian's doing amazing for just being on a year is unbelievable.
Wow. Yeah, it's incredible, it's incredible.
Almost at 3K. I need
Yeah, that's
4 more
crazy.
followers.
That is so crazy. And
But,
Chef PLR is gonna go very, very far, you guys. I really believe that
Wow.
too. So I can't wait to see his.
We'll
DJ
see.
Search, it's all the equipment.
It's a lot of it. See, DJ Search knows.
I only need 4
You should see
more
the
followers. 4 more followers to hit 3K. Can I do it before my next show?
So, yeah, so for those of you who are new to Twitch, maybe you are gonna sign up from the other platforms. Certainly check out DJ Honeyflow if you haven't already, and FATHERDAMIAN1 is his handle. Fully spelled out, FATHERDAMIAN1.
Yeah.
And Kayla says one day you should open up your business, your own business.
Kayla, are you trying to steal
Kayla,
away from me?
No, I am
You're,
trying to steal
humbling
it
me
away.
here.
I'm trying to steal away from, you know.
You're humbling me here with these comments.
How will we split? Since
Flattering.
Father Damien doesn't have him on the weekends, do you think it's fair? Maybe I could hire him as a personal chef on the weekends, and then he continues with Father Damien on the weekdays. What do you guys think?
That's, well, we have to
Thank
figure
you,
something
J-Rob.
out for sure. If that happens.
I'm behind the camera.
But, again, thank you to all those coming in from the other channels. I sincerely appreciate it. And I know DJ Honeypool and Father Damien do as well.
Kayla's like, ask Gordon Ramsay. I know, right?
Yeah, that
Is
guy's
he still
wild,
alive?
man.
I don't know.
That guy's
Wasn't there a
What was
chef
the
that
chef
died?
Yeah, committed suicide. I can't remember the name. Hey, we got Lisa. Lisa.
Lisa, welcome in!
In the building. I just messaged her. I'm like, come over here. Come over here. How you doing, Lisa? Good to see you. We are cooking, chatting, playing music, doing a tour of Father Damien's
Wait.
place.
Yeah, I'll go.
And looking at his cats. We're just kind of
Thanks.
chilling out here. So right now we are making lasagna. Chef PLR is making lasagna for us. Bread, homemade garlic bread.
homemade bread.
He made
which
us
we're gonna
breakfast this morning.
Garlic
Like, I feel like a queen today. This is great.
But unfortunately, it just takes time. That's the thing. But it's more fulfilling, right?
Yes.
When you eat homemade food.
No, it is. It is. Takes a
It's
lot.
better for you. It's better for
It's a
you.
lot of work. Yeah.
It is, but you know, like, that's the thing. If you enjoy it, it doesn't feel like work. That's the thing. So it's coming back up the bread. I don't wanna agitate the pan. So if you can see it, you'll see that it's starting to come back up.
Is there any dishes that Father Damien may not like as much? Cooking wise?
Yeah, he's not big on vegetables, which I'm trying to get him to eat more. I mean, that's been a project and a half since I've known
Mimi
him.
Berry! Mimi Berry!
Mimi
Hi!
Berry, welcome in!
Mimi Berry.
Mimi Berry, I found someone almost my height. I've been saying it all this stream. How
Welcome.
you doing, Mimi Berry? Good to see you from the UK.
Thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, so he doesn't really like vegetables much. Wow.
And
He should eat them. He's got to eat them.
only a little bit of fish. He
Mimi
likes
Berry,
the
pretty close.
seafood, the shellfish, but only a little bit of fish.
Mimi Berry, I'm close to Father Damien. Here, let me prove this to you guys. I'm gonna go in the other room and show you. We're almost the same height. Watch this, guys. It's magic. Going in the next room. Let's see. Now you gotta maximize the screen.
I'm gonna leave this out. So I'm just gonna tidy up a bit while you get entertained by the other two DJs.
happy. But he gave me some camera illusions. If I stand in front of him, they're unfollowing.
Now I'm gonna stand up straight. Now I'm gonna stand up tall, normal.
Okay, yeah.
Not even close. You're stretching when I'm down like this. See? Normal height.
I feel like I got taller, which I like.
I don't know. But you're also not wearing glasses, right?
Oh, please. I am wearing that. Oh, I got makeup.
Look, I don't have any hair. I don't even have hair.
Maybe Barry said I was more than one of you. I'm taller than 5'7" or 5'9". I can't wait to meet Barry every day. I hear a lot of mine.
Hey, are you coming here?
Yeah, Barry, you got to come here. When are you coming here?
Easy, you're only about an inch and a bit taller than I am. Oh, Kayla, come over here. 5'1".
Yes, Caleb.
You'll be like down
I
there.
got extreme. I was Caleb, you're the same height. We got into a raid, like the shorty. I'm gonna do a shorty raid train for everyone that's like 5 foot or more. And I'm gonna try to do a shorty raid train. So if you're about 5 feet, how tall are you, big sir? If you're 5 feet or about like 5'2" or under, message me. And I wanna do like a shorty. I don't wanna say meatball. Well, really not meatballs, but like a shorty raid train would be fun. Like Chris Pett's my height. I didn't know that. She looks pretty tall. Chris Pett.
Jay Roberts.
She's 5'7".
Yeah, Serge and I are probably close to the same height. I might be like a little centimeter shorter.
Is Serge out of Toronto?
Chicago. Jay Roberts has it right. Would be just we got.
I'm wondering if he kind of, I don't want to say ran out of clay, what do you maybe, but my mom definitely gave it a short one. He's like my height, my father, probably like 5'1". But whatever, height doesn't matter, guys. It's what's in the heart. It's what's in the heart. That's what matters. He's got a really cool setup, you guys. He's got like, look at, can you guys see that? Look at, he's got a table that raises and goes down. Look, I don't want to say magic. It's, yeah, don't believe in magic. Look at this. Look at that. Pretty cool, pretty cool. That's sweet when you Barry. Yes, you're fine with that. I like that.
Yeah, but I have a different setup. But I don't bring it. Not like this. Regular church thing.
You have multiple setups, like unbelievable room, like pretty cool and how we did here. And how we set up everything was kind of honestly. I think I showed it earlier on my screen. It's pretty unbelievable setup and how we hooked up everything. And there's like 3 or 4 cameras, DJ here, the kitchen over there.
Why?
Yeah,
I just want to show you guys something quick. If you have a bowl full of dough bits in it like this, do not use steel wool on it or scrubby sponge, because you'll have to throw them in the garbage after. Soak it with warm to hot soapy water and let it soak. And then when it breaks down the dough in there, just use your hand to loosen it up or paper towel or something. And that'll clean it all up. Then, once the bowl's clean without this in it, you can wash it with the sponge and all. I just wanted to let you know. while I'm doing that, because I know the other DJs are also entertaining you as well. Oh, Lisa, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Thank you. Lisa Valpeza, thank you, thank you.
Put on paper towel and after.
Well, if you use J-Rob, so if you guys weren't sure what I was saying, so that dough, you made the dough with bread in, right? If you use something like steel wool on it, or even a dishcloth or one of these soap wand things with the sponge, all those little bits of dough are going to get stuck in those different cleaning tools, and then they're garbage. You can't use them again. You might get a little bit out, but it gets trapped, especially with the steel wools, like garbage. So what I do is I soak it with semi-hot water and dish soap. It could come off right away. Like this is a plastic bowl. Stainless steel seems to come off quite fast, within 2 or 3 minutes. And then just use your hand or paper towel if you don't want to get your hands. Or you're doing cosmetic stuff, so maybe you don't want to use your hand. Put a glove on, maybe, and then wipe the bowl out with the soapy. Make sure it's not too hot for you, and then kind of wipe it out. And then once it's clear of all the soap, dough, excuse me, then you can use it with your cloth. You don't need a steel wool at that point, or one of these things. At that point, then you can do it and typically have no problems. So I'll just show you. I don't know if you guys saw me hold that bowl in, but I'm just going to show you what it looks like real quick. We got most of it out. There's still a little bit of residue on the sides, but most of it's out. So I'm just going to do another quick wipe with my hand, and then wash it properly once I know there's no little bits of dough in there. That's something that's important, because you could have a heck of a mess on your hands if you didn't know that, right? I've actually been through it. That's why I'm sharing that with you, because it's a heck of a mess otherwise.
All right, make sure you guys make your way down to Chef PLR's channel, you guys. I see a few people lingering on my channel, but we're actually all on Chef PLR's channel.
Wow.
And the sound is much better in the video. You can see Father Damien spin as well. So make sure the few people that are in my room, make sure you make your way down. Chef PLR admin. He just got affiliated.
Thank you so
So
much.
we're gonna make sure we get him his first type train. It didn't work out today for the affiliation. Not sure why, but we're gonna make sure the next train he does, guys, we're gonna get him a fake train.
The music is supposed to be background music, so that Chefplr can sing over it. But the next song is.
Thank you, DJ Serge. Much appreciated. Just got it.
DJ Surge this weekend.
Yeah, and it's a big deal. Oh, okay.
Okay, you guys, look. The dough, it came back to life. See, I was right. I wasn't lying to you. So you can see the oil on the pan. This is DJ Honeyflow's loaf. It's going to be huge. And then this is the other one we're going to use. So what I'm going to do now is, there's about nine minutes left on the gauge here for the lasagna. I put some room temperature salted butter in a skillet. I'm gonna just gently melt it, but before I do that, I'm gonna add fresh pureed garlic to it and fresh chopped parsley to give that garlic butter effect. It's very easy, very easy. You can add, if you want, you can add fresh cracked black pepper to it, which is a nice add-on, if you like that. But I'm not gonna do
What
that.
about like, do you do anything fancy like Parmesan or some type
You
of
can
cheese
do that,
or something
certainly,
different?
certainly, you can bake that. I have done that. I've
Oh,
done that,
okay.
baked it right.
Nice.
And I've even made an herb loaf,
Yeah.
fresh herbs,
Oh, fresh herbs.
fresh thyme, fresh
That's
sage,
nice.
parsley if you want.
Yeah.
That's always nice.
All right, thanks J-Rob for joining the show and staying with us for so long, a couple hours. We appreciate you.
Okay, J-Rob, yeah, thank
Congrats to affiliate chef.
Always great seeing you.
We'll see you
J-Rob.
again,
Thank you so
J-Rob.
much for
Have a
doing
great
it.
day. I'll
Thank
save
you
you
so
a
much.
piece of my loaf
Take
of
care.
bread just for you.
Take care. Yeah, that'll be, she'll have to
That's
take care
because
of it.
DJ Honeyful knows I don't like to share.
Oh, you don't like to share? But I took Father Damian's plate last time almost.
Yeah, fresh herbs, Larky, yeah.
And I get a loaf of bread. Yes, I'll save a piece for all you guys, if I can. I don't know how it'll taste if I mail it out to the UK, Mimi Berry, but I'll save you a piece. Clarky's like, I'm expecting bread this evening. Am I allowed to freeze some of that bread?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna freeze
Yeah.
some
You
of
have
it, 'cause it's a
Ziplocs?
big loaf. So I could bring some for you, Clarky. Look at that beautiful loaf, you guys.
So we're gonna
Be like
just
Vanna
put it
White.
off to the side here.
I'm smelling it now. Can you smell
Yeah, I can smell it too.
it? Ooh!
Oh yeah, see, the lasagna, I had to open it because the light's at the back of the oven, I can't see anything at the front.
Oh, so Amit from Facebook says what's going to accompany the bread loaf, so he's making lasagna. He's got lasagna in the oven. I don't know how late these messages were, Amit, but we saw you. Because I'm switching back from Facebook, YouTube,
Okay,
and
sure.
Twitch. To check.
Elizabeth will pay for, she says she'll pay for the bread.
Ooh, Amit from the UK says he would invest in these loaves,
In the what?
in these loaves, like they look amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
That's nice. Thank you. That's a nice compliment. Thanks. I just made that recipe up based on other recipes I've used in the past.
I'm reading the messages, guys, through my phone too, so I can see them. We're looking at a TV, a big plasma TV in front of us. So trying to read the messages
Yeah, it's a
here.
lot easier. It's more magnified.
Yeah, it's more magnified. The TV is perfect, maybe very. He's got on a 50-inch plasma TV here,
The glasses.
but I still have to go closer to read them.
Yeah,
Honey Flo reading the chat and everything. I know.
everybody that's here really, I know it's a long.
But I
long
can barely
stream,
read it. That's why I'm coming up close.
but
If I
Sincerely appreciate
If
your
I
time.
walk back there, I can't see anything. I don't know how Father Damien can read the chat back there. He's got his glasses on. But he's got two 50-inch plasma TVs for the chat, even in his room that he's DJing in right now.
No, mine will be 32 inch.
Oh, it's a 32-inch. Oh, Kayla says Honey Flo accidentally hit Father Damien with the mic. How do you know it was accident? How do you know it's accident? Kayla? But I'm not allowed to hit a priest, I was told. So I tapped him like this. I don't know the protocols for priests. I'm learning. I know Mimi Berry, I gotta rent the altar, right? I don't think he wants to do that this show, because it's a Chefplr show.
Yeah, if you want, go for it. We're all here together.
Yeah, we are all
We're all
here
doing
together.
a stream together. These
Yeah.
are my special guests, so if they want to do that, that's fine with me. It's entertainment, right?
Kayla says I need to go to
Get her to
confession.
do it, it's entertainment.
Kayla, I got a lot to confess. DJ Honey Flo has a lot to confess. I did ask Father Damien that question. Is there anything that you heard that was very different or out of the norm in confession? I mean, he can't say it because it's confidential, but he said not really. There's nothing that really phases him. Right, Father Damien?
Yes, that's right. When I go to confession and I'm in the confessional, there's a seal of the confessional. It's not even just confidential. It is so sacred because it's Jesus that you're coming to ask for forgiveness, and on behalf of Jesus is using my words to do the absolution. Even though I hear it, I'm not saying. BQWNZ, welcome in. Chefplr.
Lisa said she loves her kitchen.
Thank you for being
We've
here.
got Steph One in the building, another dear mod of mine, that's given me such great advice on my show.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Love Steph One, how you doing, Steph One? As well, along with Clarky and Baby Berry, amazing mods of mine. Thank you guys for coming through, it means a lot.
Yes.
And Chef PLR, I cannot wait for his first hype train, guys. We're hoping it would work today, but it's probably gonna work the next show. So make sure you guys come back and support him. Are you on pretty much every day, or what's your schedule?
Well, this week's kind of off because today's such a long show. I won't be here tomorrow, or possibly Wednesday, but I don't know at this point. I don't know, this week's kind of weird.
This week is weird because I'm also on holidays.
Yeah, so it's kind of an off week.
So
And it's even more
I
weird.
don't need to prepare a ton of food because Father's not even gonna be here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here, so that's what makes it even more
you're
weird.
gonna have every
Like,
day.
I'm gonna be staying here every day.
What?
He's got like 10 rooms in this place, so I'm gonna stay here every day and eat all the leftovers while these two are both gone. While Father Damien goes to the movies.
Freezer.
Yeah, and he's away, you know. He's not gonna be able to eat all this food, so you need someone else here.
The lasagna will be frozen, and I will eat it when I get back.
So we're gonna
Right,
take
Chef Yellow?
Right.
But sharing is
And
caring,
take
right
it
guys?
and look at
Sharing is caring.
Well, sharing is Sharon, and caring is Karen.
Oh, Visa says, I am joining. She's Portuguese. She's from Toronto. What area are you from,
Oh,
Lisa?
Mississauga.
Visa. Oh, Mississauga.
Surge, it's spilled
Okay,
over.
we'll both eat together, Visa.
It's spilled over. I told you.
Yeah, it's a lot of room.
Oh, now it's not gonna make a mess. See?
Woo!
Ooh, pretty good, pretty good.
Well, let's have a look at it. I don't wanna lift it.
Oh,
It's
Clarky
too
says
heavy.
I need a square piece of lasagna.
Oh, I
as
know
well.
what we can do. Wait.
I have to check it.
I can bring the other camera, the second camera. That's over here.
You guys ever thought about having a bake
This
sale?
protects your food, parchment paper, it's critical.
Yeah, so for all you guys that didn't know earlier coming in,
Look at
he
it,
actually
so
put
oily.
parchment paper
And
over
then you
top.
put cheese on top.
And then he put the glossy foil upside down, like not on it, because I guess he said it reflects. So I never thought to use parch paper and then put the foil up on top. I think that's a brilliant idea.
Parchment, make sure it's parchment and not wax paper.
Can you just get it at the
Parchment.
dollar store?
You
Or-
can,
Oh, yeah, you can use that?
So I'm just gonna check the doneness of the lasagna. And as I said, as I predicted, it could possibly boil over. It did. But the parchment paper on that tray just saved me a ton of work from trying to clean it.
There you go.
Can you see it? Let me get my knife.
You
Oh
can see it.
wow, look how amazing it looks, you guys. Oh, they can't see it. You used your camera.
Yeah.
Brilliant idea.
It's finished. 1 hour.
So when they go to the movies, when Father Damien goes to movies, this is all mine. All mine.
It's tender. It's actually nicely cooked. So it's not quite that. Sorry, I have to put the Parmesan on. Sorry, you said Parmesan. I threw me off. The
Clarky says,
mozzarella.
where's the
The
cheese? We
mozzarella.
put a lot of cheese in there, right?
We're gonna.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I gotta
He's
put it
putting
on
it on
top.
now. Oh,
The other cheese in there is the ricotta.
so you don't put that cheese on before and bake it?
No, because it could burn.
Oh,
It could burn.
so you don't put the cheese on in the oven?
Put it after.
And this is what DJ Honeyful was talking about, this setup
Yeah, look at the setup, you guys, it's amazing, his
there.
room.
You press this
It's
button,
unbelievable to set up Father Dinner.
you press this button here.
Show the table going up and down, hydraulics table. It's a pretty crazy setup, you guys. Much fancier than my setup, that's for sure. I love these TVs, Baby Berry, that's what I need a TV. I wonder how I can move my TV, I got
So,
a 50-inch TV. I wonder how I can move it in front of me.
Father, can you bring that camera back?
Oh,
Please?
Because a TV
Yeah.
would be so much easier for me. Yeah, I know you told me that, Beanie Berry. It's just my TV's
more
too big.
cheese, more cheese!
In my
No,
living
no,
room,
it's
my
not.
TV's too big. It's like, where am I gonna move it? In front of my
So we
bedroom?
want a generous amount, but not too much. So we're gonna put it back in the oven. It's still cooking inside because of the, sorry to interrupt you. It's still cooking on the inside of the dish. And I'm gonna put this back in the oven to melt the cheese and give it a nice finishing touch.
Actually, a projector is a great idea. But girlfriend,
You can even chop
we're
up
on a
some
budget
fresh
here, right?
parsley and sprinkle it on top.
getting a projector is just gonna be more money.
And don't put this back on, leave it open.
Okay, Kayla says, Father Damien, you need to share the food because Jesus shared food with his followers on the Last Supper. Very true, very true. Sharing is caring. This could be the Last Supper between all of us, so we should be eating together. Actually, I don't want to say it's the Last Supper, but I have a feeling in heaven it's like literally going to be food we've never tasted. Like I heard, I don't know, someone had said that it's like different colors you've never seen. When I kind of researched like near-death experiences, they talked about that, seeing different colors. Apparently, I guess this person went to heaven and said that they saw radiating colors they never saw on Earth. So I imagine the food would be like extra divine. Like if he's creating a huge banquet feast for us, it's going to be, I think, food that is unbelievable. That's what I think. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't doubt it. So this is a massive clove of garlic. That's what I want for this garlic butter. Take the end of it off, put it aside. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all.
Okay, Kayla's like, let's share a house. I think we're going to get our own mansions, isn't it? I don't know if I'll share a house with anyone. I drive everyone crazy if I share like a house with anyone in heaven. I think God's going to have to put me on the 1st Street and all you guys on 52nd Street in heaven because I can drive people crazy once in a while.
That's too bad because Jesus said, in my Father's house there are many rooms. If it were not so, I would not prepare a room for you. So you're in one house in heaven.
But what about
So
mansions?
if you're outside the house, then you're not in heaven.
But it didn't say you get mansions.
No, that's Saint Teresa of Avila. He talks about what's it called? The mansions in different rooms in the mansion. But
Oh,
of
so you
course,
think we're all in one house?
I think that's too literal. I mean, the house of God,
Yeah.
right? Which encompasses. I don't know exactly how it's going to look, but
It's coming.
there will be a physical place. I can guarantee that.
Yeah. So Chef PLR is going to be busy up there. She's cooking for everyone. I wonder if he's going
It
to
will be an honor to be cooking in heaven.
That's true. I'm just going to have golden turntables up there, I think. I'll be playing the music.
My work will be done.
I'll be scratching.
See, in heaven, my work will be done. Because think about it like this: on earth, I celebrate the Mass, and I am in the person of Christ. So it's Christ who's bringing Himself in the Eucharist. It's Christ who forgives you in the sacraments of reconciliation. But once we're all in heaven, Jesus is there. We don't need confession, and we don't need the Eucharist is right there. Jesus Himself. So we don't need to do that. Like I don't need to do that.
Do you think like when, okay, I'm going to ask a deep question because Father Damien, I've been asking him a lot of questions off my show, you guys, and he's always got an interesting perspective, makes me think outside the box. So do you think,
DJ Sir says, oh, it's going to be a physical place, interesting. And this is how you can philosophically come to that knowledge for it. Because when Jesus rose from the dead in the resurrection, it was his physical body. So even though he was able to pass through the doors, he said to Thomas the apostle, touch here, his wounds. So they were physical. Then also the second sighting of Jesus, they're fishing, and he says, "Come, eat," and Jesus eats with them. So no ghost or unphysical person would need to eat. And then the other thing would be physical. In order for there to be a physical place, you have to be a physical being. So when you talk about us as human beings when we die, it's just spirit, but we get our bodies back in the resurrection. So Jesus talked about the resurrection in the days to come, the day of the resurrection, which is when our bodies are risen also attached to us. So if that's the case, our bodies will need a place. So why is heaven a physical place now? Well, Mary, who is assumed to have a body and soul, has her physical body, and she's there. And also, who's the Old Testament? Do you know the Old Testament prophet that just went up into heaven? Oh, sorry.
I'm not really a Bible scholar,
Just
on the spot. I'm not sure.
No. So sorry.
I would just be guessing.
Just went up to heaven?
No. So basically, basically it was one of the prophets. He went on to the
Peter?
No, prophets, Old Testament. So it would be is it Elijah? He went on, and then there was a chariot. He went into the chariot, and the chariot went up into heaven. So he's there with his body. Yes, the soul is important, the spirit is important, but we also get our bodies back. That's when Elizabeth. I don't know. Are you Catholic or are you Protestant or a different denomination? But in the what is it called? Our creed, we say we believe in the resurrection of the dead. So it's not just the resurrection of Christ. As Christ rose from the dead, when we are baptized in Christ, we also share in that resurrection. So we get our bodies back also. But the point being is, we do get our bodies back. So even if it's turned to dust, and we see that at, Ash Wednesday. Sometimes we put the ashes on, and some priests will say, "Remember, O man, from dust you came, and unto dust you shall return." But all that being said, does this mean when we are sinners, we get the Holy Spirit back too? Well, the Holy Spirit will. When we are sinners, so let's clarify. So every time we sin, I'll define what sin is. Sin is a turning away from God, right? So whenever we sin, we no longer have a relationship with God. So we're no longer in that relationship, which then means that we kick God out of us, including the Holy Spirit. Right? We kick the Holy Spirit out of us. So when we turn back to God and we go to confession, God reconciles us. That reconciliation is bringing back into a relationship. So we enter back into the relationship with God.
One thing I was going to ask you, it's kind of a deep question, but I've always wondered this, like losing so many people that have passed away in my life. I kind of wonder, like when they get to heaven, do you think people kind of instantly know each other? Like it's like a big family? Like you don't have to explain who you are. It's like you're already welcomed in this family. It's like they almost, like say for people that have passed away, right? They may know you, they know me, but they didn't know each other. But then they know it's like instant. They kind of know the connection. Do you ever think?
Yeah, I believe that's true because of the fact that, the fact is that in God or in heaven, because heaven is not in the same realm that we're in, our physical realm, they're able to see a lot more. Right? So they're able to see not everything God can see, because God is infinite and we're not. But they're able to see more. And so, those who have passed before us know who we are. We might not know who they are. And that's the whole teaching of the communion of saints, that the saints are all there. And that's the whole tradition of knowing that when we die, we don't, life doesn't end, it just changes, right? So if life changes but doesn't end, where do we go? And do we cease to exist? We don't cease to exist. And so they're still here. And because they're in a different realm than we are, and that's why, not to change the subject in terms of things like Ouija boards and the occult, that's why it's very dangerous, because demons are spiritual beings and they've been around for a long time, and they will know, because the way in which they see and perceive things are different from us. So we see linear, but in heaven or after life, we don't see linear like as we see in time. We see it in a different type of time, because we don't have our physical bodies. So time is a measurement of change. Our bodies because our bodies are changing, it's able to measure that time. But when we lose our bodies and spirit, there's a difference in that time. And so, oh, sorry. I thought that said it's confusing. It is confusing. But just to say that the basic is, yes, all those that are in heaven with God gives them the glimpse, and they're able to see everyone and how they impact everyone.
Like, do you think they could see us now?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Like, do you think people can appear like you're not going crazy? Like, say if you lost someone, do you think that you could actually see like a spirit or see
yeah,
them?
actually,
or no? Or do you think there's a disconnect? They can't see what we're doing. We obviously can't see them.
If God permits, sometimes.
Oh, sorry.
If God permits, sometimes there are instances where apparitions of saints have happened. So Padre Pio is one. So Padre Pio appeared to someone else.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's other places, right? And that's one of the ways in which the church looks for proof of whether the person is a saint or not. A saint just means a holy person or someone in heaven, right? Signed from the word sanctus.
Hey Kayla, we're all work in progress. Every single one of us is a work in progress too. So we're all working,
Kayla, do you mean I'm done with sinning?
Aw, Kayla.
Sorry, Elizabeth, I'm
But we all are, Kayla. No one's perfect.
We're all sinners.
We're born into this world like so imperfect. Trust me, I feel like I fail hourly, if not daily.
We all have to help each other.
We're all sinners. We're all,
I'm
thank
trying
God
to
for His grace,
decipher.
right?
Elizabeth, I'm not too sure exactly what you mean, but if you mean you need confession so that Jesus will come back to us, yes, yes, for sure. Like when we sin, and just think of it like this: if I have a relationship with someone and I sin against them or I do something against them, I do need to say sorry to that person in order to repair our relationship.
But don't you feel like it's daily, like sometimes hourly, because we're so human, like mistakes?
Perhaps those are smaller mistakes, but
it could be pride, it could be unforgiveness, it could be bitterness, it could be,
Kayla, yes.
It's
but
a lot.
yeah, it's there's a daily conversion you have, but there's certain sins, for example, that will cut God's life out of you. Those are called mortal sins. So those are when you commit something that you know that God does not like. So one of the 10 Commandments. So the action has to be grave. It also has to be full consent and full knowledge that it is wrong. So like for example, DJ Honeyflow, let's just say she says, Father, you know, just don't say DJ Honey. That really offends me, right? And I might have said, hey, DJ
I
Honey.
think I said that to her today.
Hey,
Oh, that doesn't affect me.
so it doesn't, I'm just giving an example. So I'm like, so I say, hey, DJ Honey. And then she approaches me and says, you know, Father Damien, please don't call me that. That really offends me, right? And I know now that it offends her. And then I turn and I say, hey, DJ Honey, there's an intention on that, right? So I know that I hurt her, so I have full knowledge. My will chooses to do it, and it hurts her. So I've essentially, I've ended our relationship, right? So in order for me to be reconciled back to her, I need to be able to say, I'm sorry, and then make restitution for it, right? So it's not enough to just say sorry, but you make restitution. Now, the one thing that everyone was saying is true, that, you know, Jesus Christ came, as Jesus said, I've come not for the righteous, but for sinners, right? And we're all sinners. But that is not to say, give the excuse that it's okay to be a sinner. The point is to turn back to God. Repent means to turn back, right? So we are constantly facing God. Now, there's a difference now. So if you think of sin like this, there's small sins where I'm just turned slightly like this. So let's just say DJ Honey Flo, our friends, hey, how's it going? Now she's on the phone, right? So she's slightly turned.
Looking at the chat.
She's looking at the chat, so she's slightly away, but we're still in a relationship, right? Now, when you commit a mortal sin, it would be, this is the difference. Now, we're like complete, I like just left, kicked her out of my life and I'm gone, right? So, when you commit a mortal sin, you're saying, God, I do not want to be your friend. God, I don't want you in my life. And that's what you're doing. That you need, when you come to realize how bad that is, because when I come to realize, oh shoots, I should have DJ Honeyflow in my life as a friend, then I would have to come back and say, listen, I'm sorry, right? So once you realize that, hey, without God, God is the one, like you need God in your life, then you will come back and say sorry to God, right?
Because I think that's the only way you can change, right? It's impossible to change on your own, I think, and change all your habits, but with him, he helps you. Like when I look at the disciples, they fell short all the time, I think, when I look at the stories, they're so imperfect, right? They're work in progresses. But look at like how like God used them for amazing things. Like look at Moses, he had a stuttering problem, he felt inadequate, and then he was a great speaker. Or all these people that I feel like God used were so ordinary and not, I think, by society standards, like a David, but then he still used them for greatness. So
Kayla, so grave matter for sin is not the same as mortal sin. So something grave might not necessarily be mortal sin. So I'll give you an example. You know, murder is a mortal sin, right? That's the fifth commandment, thou shalt not murder. So in that word itself, murder means there's an intention to kill someone. But not just killing, but intention. So what if I was driving along or someone was coming after me and I'm trying to defend myself and the person dies, right? Did I commit a mortal sin? Well, the grave action is the killing of a person, sure. But there was no full intent and there was no full consent. So full knowledge of it. So I did not plan to actually go and what is it? No, Chef PLR is not finished.
he's still cooking.
He's still cooking. So it's even if I didn't have the intention, the full knowledge and the full consent. So I didn't tell the person to come, and I wasn't planning to kill the person, and it wasn't my intention to kill the person, and it wasn't free. Then it's not mortal. It's not a mortal sin. So think of it just like law. So if you're driving along and someone What's that? Oh, I think that's your mic London.
No, it's on,
No?
it's on, it was.
Oh,
in
it's
the-
Paul's then.
Yeah, yeah.
Paul's mic is rubbing on something. Yeah, so if you go ahead and, like, if you're driving along and someone jumps in front of your car and you kill them, you won't even be charged with manslaughter because there was literally no intent, unless you were driving reckless. But if you're just driving along normal,
But what about someone like, and this is where I have a hard time thinking that someone could be in heaven after like horrific acts. Like, for example, I don't know if it was Jeffrey Dahmer, but like a serial killer, like literally.
sorry.
Oh, okay, this is a question for you. We'll wait until you come back. I'll wait until he comes back, guys. And,
We could hear your, mic.
okay,
I thought I disconnected it.
oh, that's okay. So one question I have for Father Damien
Yeah.
too, like what happens if it's like a serial killer, like a Jeffrey Dahmer?
It is, but I mean, it's still on.
I thought it
Well,
was
they're
off.
trying to fix their
Yeah, because you can hear it going.
Yeah, you can still hear it. So
Sorry
then,
about that.
like, if God forgives, and even though these people did horrific acts, like killed people, and, you know, and I think it was Jeffrey Dahmer or someone, I can't remember, the Manson guy, I can't remember. Anyways, I was reading an article where right before he got the death penalty, like he gave his life to Christ. So for me, that's a hard thing to think that someone like that kind of would be in heaven.
Well, think about it like this. So the thief on the cross, at the last moment, acknowledged who Christ was and was given paradise. So Jesus turned to him and said, "Truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise." So he committed horrific, he was up on the cross. So it wasn't just thief. So they say that Jesus was hung with two thieves, right? But crucifixion was the worst type of example of torture that the Romans would have used. So just for petty theft, that would not be the example. Like that doesn't warrant a petty theft. So Jesus, who's being crucified, it's a big example that there's something he's breaking that's bad for the Romans, and to make it a point and an example. So for the two that are beside him, they're not just petty thieves. There must have been something more to the type of theft that they did that made it that grave that it considered death. Right? So think about that. So the good thief on the one side says, do you not fear God? And then he turns to Jesus and he says, "Lord, remember me when you're in your kingdom." And Jesus offers him on that same moment as he's dying, "Very truly, I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise." So, is it possible? The question is always, is it possible that someone can go to heaven if they really, with their true heart, are sorry? Even if the horrific acts they've done in the past were in the past. Of course it's possible. Anything's possible with God, right? So to say it's impossible, you put God in a box to say that God can never forgive anyone, which then means he's really not God, right? So God can do whatever he wants because he is the omnipotent, all-powerful creator of the whole universe. So if he wants to forgive you your sins, he'll forgive it. But one thing I know for sure is through the sacraments, he has instituted these sacraments for a reason. And so in the upper room in John's Gospel, he tells the apostles, he breathes on them, receive the Spirit. Then he says, whatever sins you forgive are forgiven. Whatever sins you bind are bound. So he gives the authority to forgive sins to men. Right? And so the question in that sacrament, the question is, why did he do that? It's not just listening to someone's. So Jesus doesn't say listen to someone's confession. Jesus says whatever sins you forgive. So the act of absolution is given there at that point through the priest, through the apostles. So that's why people come to the priest, and the priest absolves them their sins. And because of the way that I'm ordained, I don't say I, Father Damien, I say I absolve you of your sins. That I is not me. That I is Jesus. So when a person, as I was saying earlier on, when a person comes to the sacrament of reconciliation, it's just not confidentiality. Because the only true confidentiality that's legally binding is confidentiality between a lawyer and their client. That's the only true confidentiality. Not even doctors. Doctors can be subpoenaed to give whatever information. Psychiatrists, if you're a criminal, psychiatrists can be subpoenaed and they have to give the documents, right? But priests, even if they're subpoenaed, they will go to jail. And the reason they go to jail is because the sacrament, there's a seal to the sacrament. So there's natural law, there's human law, and then there's divine law. And so that's divine law.
I feel like we had an entire theology cooking. This has been amazing.
And
Like-
teaching.
Well, every time I always listen, it feels like it's great, like learning.
Kayla, yes, Jesus is in person, and just like he's in person during the Eucharist, he's in person in all the sacraments. He's in person, like using my voice. So when I say I absolve you, that's not me, that's Jesus who's absolving.
Do you think he looks like how we portray, how we show?
I don't know
Because
how he
didn't it say in
looks.
the Bible he's got kind of woolly hair?
I don't know how he looks, but
Texture of his hair, I don't think he looks like how we portrayed him. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, we have a negative with the negative image. If you hold that the shroud of Turin is Jesus, you kind of have an image, right? But I'm not too sure. Olive oil skin, maybe, yeah. I don't know, because if you look at the people in the Middle East, some would argue, okay, well, he would be black or he would be dark skinned. Maybe not, because if you ever go to Israel, there's a different, wide variety of people there, like dark skin, light skin, blue eyes, so you really don't know. And then even look at I guess the closest would be Lebanese, right? So the Lebanese and stuff like that, all in that area. So it really looks like where the person comes from, where the bloodline is from, and it really would be. I mean, there might be a difference. You might see a difference.
You're being cut off a little bit because you have the other camera there. Yeah.
You might see a difference in terms of like facial features, like nose and stuff like that. So in terms of he was Jewish. So in terms of facial features and different characteristics and features, I don't really know. But I just know that when someone says he has to be like dark skinned or white or whatever, I don't know, because if you go right now to that area, there are multiple different types of people that are.
But didn't he say his hair was woolly? I thought there's a verse like
No,
that.
that's John the Baptist.
Yeah, I gotta double check.
Yeah, that's not
Actually,
Jesus.
can
They don't
tell
describe
by
it.
clothes and that.
They don't describe Jesus in the
I thought
Gospels.
it said. I thought I saw some. I gotta look that
Yeah,
up.
that will be John the Baptist, right? Or a description of King David before when they found him, when they went looking, and there was a ruddy boy with the shepherd, right? A shepherd boy, ruddy.
Do you study what they find in Israel? Like I heard that they found artifacts where it's like Noah's Ark has been proven. Like they recently found artifacts in terms of that, which is pretty unbelievable.
No, I don't. Well, I don't study that stuff.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm right now doing pastoral work, right? So I don't sit and study things because those things will come up. But my task in ministry is for the immediate. So a person that needs help, confession, person dying, they're right there in front of me, right? So doing all this reading and stuff like that is is not the primary task. Those are the professors and teachers that are in the theology class. They'll read up all the latest stuff. But if I'm spending 2 hours trying to read up on the new stuff, that's 2 hours less of helping people. Sorry, Elizabeth, explain last rites. Is that enough? Go to heaven, the last stage of life. Well, technically, if you want to say yes, technically, because in the anointing of the sick in the last rites, there are forgiveness of sins, and there is a confession in there also if you're conscious. However, remember there's restitution, right? So when I commit a sin or I do something wrong, like if I borrow Chef PLR's his knife and I break it, I can say, hey, I'm sorry, and that where I'm reconciled back to him. But until I really fix the knife or buy a new knife for him, there's really something that's lacking in that relationship. So the same thing when we sin is not just personal, right? So sin causes a rippling effect, and that rippling effect we need to be able to pay back. So whatever that might be, what it looks like will be like trying to live a better life, right? So trying to be holier, trying to do better for others, trying to grow in charity and in love. So when we're able to do that, we're paying back the debt caused by our sin. Our sin has been forgiven. We are in a relationship with God. So when we die, we are guaranteed heaven, but we still have to pay it back, right?
I think it might have been a cream.
We still have to pay back that debt. And so we do it here on earth, or we do it in the afterlife. It's called purgatory, where our imperfections are purged out. Sorry, Kayla, what was that? Isn't it true in the Bible, Jesus was hung on the cross, that we are told in the Bible that is a small cross that we had in the Bible and died on Golgotha. Scripture does not refer to the size of the cross, but obviously it had to be big enough so that no one can get him down, right? So they had to put a ladder to get him down, because if they had done that, someone could quickly take him down, right? Or he can maybe escape. So they want to make it almost impossible for them. Sorry. They want to make it almost impossible for anyone to escape the crucifixion. So the cross would have had to be one, as big as a person, to hold a person, and two, out of reach of anyone else.
You guys should see how good it smells in here.
See how good it smells?
It smells so good. I also see some people on my personal page, so make sure you guys make your way to Chef PLR's page for cooking, chatting. I feel like we had a great
I'm learning too.
Yeah, I'm learning too.
Oh my goodness, it's 3 o'clock already.
So make sure you guys make your way to Chef PLR's page. Oh my goodness, how long have you been on for? 9? How many hours has it been? 9,
6 hours. 6 hours.
Oh my goodness, no wonder why my feet hurt, guys.
Okay, so
I've been doing this for 6 hours.
let me just fill in the blanks here, because I didn't want to interrupt anybody. So the bread, looks like the bread's done. I put it in, like I said, 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 minutes. I tested it with a thin blade. It came out clean. So I'm assuming it's done. It's still going to cook and cool down at the same time. The lasagna is done. I put the cheese on it, shredded cheese. And it was in there maybe between 12 and 15 minutes maybe. Same temperature, 350, from when we baked it. This is the pan, which is cool now, that this was baking on. And you can see where it made a mess on the paper, but, well, actually, it still went through a little bit, but it's not bad. It's not bad. It'll be easier for me to clean. If you get really lucky, then you won't have to clean anything. So, also I made some fresh garlic butter. I kind of melted the butter a bit. I added fresh chopped parsley to it, pureed fresh garlic, and a little bit of salt because I pureed the garlic and the parsley. So I melted it, mixed it, put it in this bowl, put it in the freezer for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and now it's back up to spreading material now. So, consistency, sorry. So, I just wanted to bring everyone back up because I was kind of doing stuff in the background. And you gotta keep working. I kind of wish the bread had more color to it, but it smells good actually.
How do you give the bread more color? Is it like putting more butter on it?
Well,
or
you can
making
put
it
butter,
golden?
some people put an egg wash, but for people that don't like eggs or can't eat them, you can't do that. So, you typically want to, I guess just a bit of melted butter.
Okay, make it more golden or something?
Yeah,
Yeah, wow, look at that, you guys.
that's yours with
And
the
DJ
lunch.
Honeyflow gets a big loaf. Oh, yeah.
So, fresh homemade bread, let's hope it tastes good. And, what I'm gonna do, we're almost done. So I gotta make this garlic bread now. I'm actually gonna use this parchment paper. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and cool down the loaf of bread that I made for Father Damien and DJ Honeyful. And we're gonna make fresh baked garlic bread. Now you can do it with or without cheese. So I have leftover cheese, mozzarella, so we'll throw that on. You like cheese, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so, well, I hope so, because
I like everything.
this is all cheese in here anyways. So, let me see if I can separate them. So if you have a long spatula like this thing, try and use something like this.
It smells so good in here, you guys. You can smell the fresh bread, the lasagna. Like you can smell the sauce.
Everything's from scratch too,
Yeah,
so
everything's from scratch.
it took time, but we got through it.
6 hours, you guys. I can't believe how fast 6 hours went today. It's been so much fun though with you. This is my
Look.
first cooking show.
That's using this thing.
Wow.
So now I'm gonna let this cool a bit. I can cut it, and always use a serrated knife when you're cutting. And then this bread here is gonna be for DJ Honeyflow to take home. And it'll finish cooling down on its own. So I'm just gonna move this off to the side. You won't be able to see it.
And some lasagna, because I don't think Father Damien's going to be able to eat all that lasagna by himself.
Oh, you'll be good. She'll be good. So don't worry. I take care of my
So
guests
good.
here when they come.
Look how big.
Anybody comes here, they're gonna be taken care of. So, oh, I have something for you. I have something for you. I
Marky's
forgot.
like, I better get some. I'm looking on my phone, so I can't see the TV, you guys, a little far. What are you
This is
gonna
for you.
present? Oh, that's for me?
That's
Oh
a
my
little
goodness.
gift for DJ
Aw.
Honeyful. For all her
Look
hard
at this,
work.
you guys. I
that she
didn't
did
really do
for me
anything
and that.
today. Look at this, you guys. I got a gift. That's so sweet.
So,
I'm gonna open it
just
up
a
in
little
front of you
thank you,
guys.
a gesture of
Look at
gratitude.
these
on
guys.
my
I feel
behalf.
like it's my birthday. Is it Canada Day? What's happening this week? I
Is
get
it?
some crazy
Your birthday?
raids in. I'm thinking it's like Canada Day or my birthday. I don't know what's happening. I'm thinking all the Twitch channels shut down for people to raid into me. I'm like, what is happening this week? Aw, this is really sweet. Aw. Oh, wow. Irish cream.
Yes, it's
that's
okay,
so
Cece.
sweet.
I couldn't, you know what, I tried to get Bailey's, they were completely sold.
Oh,
For
thank
that
you
size,
so
they were
much.
completely sold out.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Chefplr.
You're welcome,
Honestly,
you're welcome.
I
It's
really do
the least I
appreciate
could do for what you did
Oh,
for me.
that's awesome. Look at you guys.
What she's done
Got
for me
Irish
is,
cream.
Unbelievable.
I'll have to sip this slowly, because one drink will knock me out if I'm on a stream with you guys. My cheeks are gonna go all rosy and red. But this is Irish cream, that's so sweet, look how
I
big
didn't
this
wanna
bottle
forget, I
is.
almost forgot to give it to her.
So once it's open, how long does it last?
Now
in
you
the
can
fridge?
refrigerate it, there's
Oh.
cream in it, keep it in the fridge.
How long do these Baileys and Irish cream last
It's
for?
alcohol.
Oh, it lasts
This stuff
forever.
will take out, this will last through a nuclear war.
The first time I ever drank alcohol,
kidding.
don't laugh you guys at me, my grandmother's like, I think you're old enough to drink. I think I had my first drink at 22 years old, real drink, or 25, and she's like, you need to have a drink, so we had Baileys together. My first drink at 25, and it was for my grandmother, pushing it. She's like, you need to start drinking, you need to have a
It
drink.
looks good.
But the problem is if I drink this, I have to go to sleep right after. I'm like an old lady, old DJ. I take a shot of this or a drink of this with milk, and then I go to sleep right after this. One drink, that's it. Thank you so much. I'm
You're
grateful.
sincerely, you're welcome, you're welcome. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me.
Yeah.
Bringing people in from other channels, all the advertising.
Well, we're gonna keep the
She
team.
didn't have to do that.
Yeah, make sure you guys definitely, add Chef PLR and tell a friend, because he's new and he does an excellent job. If you guys think he's done a great job today, after 6 hours of cooking for us,
Look,
but.
it actually worked.
Oh, there you go.
We almost lost it. It actually works. It's cooked.
Put some ones in the chat if you think Chef PLR did an amazing job today and explaining it to all of us.
And now I'm gonna put my fresh made garlic butter. So, very simple, you guys, I don't know if anyone could see me making this. I had this done in literally minutes, instead of buying a pre-made one. You can add, sorry to interrupt, you can add fresh cracked black pepper to this if you want. You can add fresh herbs, basil, thyme, oregano, would be fantastic. Bake it right into the bread. Sorry, go
That
on.
looks really good. Wow, it's fun. Everyone's putting up ones for you. DJ Serge says you're an
Oh,
amazing
thank you.
chef.
I'm humbled by that. Thank you so much.
You know, Father Damien,
I mean
Kayla,
that
Alexo,
sincerely.
Lisa, Beza, all kinds of ones, Joan, Jackie.
Gotta
Thank you
one of
guys,
these to
we
spread it.
appreciate it. Yeah, so let's ensure that we get him a good, nice choo-choo train, hype train when it comes. I think his next show or the following show should have that. So let's
I'm
definitely
not
see.
sure what day it is.
That'll be exciting. I hope I'm there for that. I wanna see that as well.
So it got a little bit hard from the freezer, because that's where I did a quick re-solidification of it. So just put it on your bread. If you want to melt it, you can do that too. It's easier to spread, well, it should be.
Oh,
You drink
I wonder
So
what
it's gonna,
that
it's gonna
is.
soften.
Yeah.
Baileys?
This
It's
is
gonna
Irish
soften
cream.
up.
I drink
from the
Bailey's
bread.
and
Still-
Irish cream.
Still got steam coming
Do you
up.
put milk in Irish cream or no? Not usually?
I don't drink.
And I can't thank you guys enough. It's been a long
Lactose
day.
sensitive.
Oh.
I know
Not
people's schedules are
Yeah,
extremely
yeah.
busy.
So you can't have cream then?
And,
What else do we
But then wait till
I
you see
appreciate you
cheese,
guys
right?
being here.
Oh, shoot.
But I love it so much, I'll
So you can still
drop
eat
some
it?
water. No,
And then you're gonna have to go to a movie after.
yeah, but that's why I wanna go eat it, then I gotta go watch.
Unless if you not try
Well,
to
if you
eat the
drop
cheese
something
on
on the
top,
floor,
but you
No,
gotta
you
get
gotta
the
have,
cheese.
you don't
you
step
have to
on
eat
it.
it.
Yeah.
Or track it on.
Not so fun.
Oh, I think they can hear. They can hear my screamer.
Wash your hands after you pick something up off the floor. Always keep your hands
How are
clean.
you sharing the stream, Lisa Beza?
Thank
She
you,
said
Kayla.
she's sharing it on her Instagram. Yeah, so one thing that would help Chef PLR, you guys, even on your Twitch pages, if you go to your channel and scroll all the way to the bottom, there's recommended pages. If you put Chef PLR's page, that's automatically auto-hosting him anytime he's on. So that's a great way to help a channel.
Yeah, my stream does it automatically too.
Yeah, my stream is automatically doing it.
I have to
for
melt
also
it again.
streaming to StreamYards as well right now. So make sure you guys do that if you can. Oh, you sent it to your
Put it
Instagram
in the oven
friends.
for
Thank you, Lisa.
30 seconds.
Do you make a lot of Italian dishes? or not really?
Well, my training, it's funny, because growing up, it was all Italian, pretty much. My training in culinary school was French cooking, so I got a good base knowledge on that. And in different hotels and places I've worked at, we did international menus where we would do like German food, Indian food.
Thanks for joining us, Kayla. I just saw that, so she's gotta go. Thank you so much, Kayla.
Kayla, thank you so much.
I'll make sure I run to somewhere
Thank you so
for
much
you
for
one of these
being
days.
here and spending
Thank
the
you,
day with
Kayla.
us.
Yeah, Kayla was with us almost the whole
Anyway,
time.
it's a whole gambit of different knowledge.
Oh, different knowledge, yeah. Now, Italians, it's a process. We were talking about making tomato sauce. I thought Italians stepped on tomatoes, like in their garage, like the big thing of tomatoes, making them. But apparently I got it confused with wine, guys. So,
Yeah.
but it's a process, right? Making
It is
fresh
a process.
tomato
So-
sauce.
What you saw me do this morning with cleaning the tomatoes, that's part of the process. You know, you gotta clean them. If you want the seeds out, you have to pull the seeds out, and then you
How
have
do you
to
pull
chop.
them? Is it like a special maker?
No,
Seed
you
thing?
just, like, it's just a big, what am I trying, figure of speech.
Because people
So,
say that if there
you
aren't
can,
sure
there are
tomatoes.
machines where you can press and strain and all that, but I'm just saying, if you wanna do it by hand, once you've blanched them or peeled off the skin in there and cut them, right? You grab half of it and you just squeeze it into a strainer. So you just grab the outside of the tomato and you squeeze it, and the seeds will come right out. And then you get your fingers, and you just pull what's ever left in there. But if you really want to, do it, you can put it through a sieve and everything else.
You mean you don't step on them?
No,
Like DJ Honey told that?
Listen,
no.
my Italian friends, I could have sworn they said, I've not sworn, I could have,
I
I
will
think
soften the butter.
they said that they step on them in their garage. That's what I thought.
I thought
And they
that's
have
wine.
this big basket
Those
things,
are grapes.
and then they step on the tomatoes. That's what I thought. I don't know.
I've never
Lisa
seen-
Beza, what do Portuguese people do? You're Portuguese. Actually, I love your desserts. Oh my goodness, those custards. Woo, those
Oh,
are good.
dancing tomato party.
What is that custard? What is that Portuguese dessert that they
Oh,
have
that's
with the white icing
fantastic.
on it?
The tarts?
That's my favorite. It's is it a Neapolitan? No, what is it called? You know those Portuguese desserts? And they're squares and they have icing on them.
Oh, I
And they
think you're
got like a
talking
flaky
about the
crust
tarts.
at the bottom and then custard at the
Oh, no.
bottom in there.
Look, listen, Lisa
I'm
will.
not sure.
Lisa Beza, you would know. I should know because people think I'm Italian or Portuguese, so I should be knowing this stuff.
So I had to melt the butter somewhat.
Maggiada?
Good
I'm
job.
using a
Is that what it's
pastry
called?
brush, and I'm just kind of moving it around.
Tartare.
No, not the tarts.
I'll show
It's
you.
like the square
I'll hold it
pastry
up for you.
with white icing on it. And it's flaky.
Are
It's
you
like
sure that's not baklava?
no, it's not baklava. It's like flaky. Like it's so divine. Like I would travel an hour or 2 hours for this dessert. Is it called a Neapolitan or something? It's
Oh, that's
bothering
the
me.
three,
It's like a
Neapolitan.
tier thing, and it's got custard in it. Oh, so good. Yeah, baklavas are
Oh,
so good.
and the
DJ's
icing's got a squiggly effect?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
those
the
are
icing
good.
has a squiggly effect on the top of it.
Yeah,
It's
those
like
are
white
good.
with like brown
That's
on
a
it.
really nice
That's the
pastry.
best dessert next to a
Really
baklava. Oh, I can't be talking about desserts right now, guys. Raw vegetables, Gotta start eating
You're gonna
them.
get loaded up on lasagna in a few minutes. So the lasagna's been kind of pulling all the liquid, hopefully, back into it. And as it cools down, it's not gonna be completely cool, but it'll be a good temperature for serving these two. So what I did is I had to melt the butter a little bit, the garlic butter, so I could use the pastry brush to put it on the bread. Now what I'm gonna do before I put the cheese, I'm gonna toast them. Well, first before I do that, I'm gonna put it on the bottom shelf where the burner is. So I gotta pull out I gotta reorganize the racks in here.
No, it's definitely a Portuguese dessert. I go to specialty Portuguese places in Vaughan to get this dessert, because I'm crazy over this dessert. Now I'm Googling it, it's bothering me. I know what dessert this is.
So,
I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna find it.
because I opened the oven, the element's gonna come on automatically because it wants to bring the temperature back to 350. So I took the racks, I rearranged them, and I put one right as low as I could. So what that's gonna do, in fact, is it's gonna toast the loaf, and then it's also gonna help draw the garlic butter deeper into it. Like, it's not thick bread to begin with, but it'll help bring it down deeper.
This is it.
That's the one.
This is it. Okay, I don't know if you guys could see it. I'm gonna try to show you guys. Hopefully you can see it in
Can
this
you hold
camera.
it up to the camera?
Yeah, hold it up to the camera. Okay, this is the it's called
And then we'll put the cheese on
Napoleon pastry sheets. And I believe it's a Portuguese dessert. Oh my goodness, you guys. This dessert is so good. Are you familiar with this, Liza? I don't know if you could see it. It's got like chocolate and white icing on top.
It's an incredible dessert.
It's got
Pastry.
cream, you guys, in the middle. Here, let me see if I can do this. I'm not doing this right. Let's see. Okay, let's see if
Hold
you
it
can
up,
see it.
move it to your left, or is it opposite?
I don't know actually. Oh, you guys can see it, right? Yeah, and it's got, there's a delay here. Let's see here. And it's got like white icing, chocolate icing. This is like my favorite Portuguese dessert. I go crazy. I will drive like 2 hours. Hey, DJ, too cute. One, how you doing? Good to see you.
Welcome, come.
I will literally drive an hour and a half like a crazy person. Almost like Cheesecake Factory, cheesecake dessert. That's really good too. But you know it's about $15
Ventilation in here.
for a little sliver, Cheesecake Factory. Have you ever been there?
Oh my
Wait
goodness.
5 hours in line.
No, I've never been there, but
Never?
there's a restaurant, an Italian restaurant up in North York that serves that
Mhm.
New York, what's it called?
Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesecake
So,
Factory
yeah.
cheesecake, and they have a Godiva chocolate
Ooh,
cheesecake.
that
Oh
sounds
my
good.
goodness, it's
You can get them at Walmart
unbelievable.
too, but it's like $20, $30 for like a little small, like a few pieces. It's very expensive out here.
Yeah.
You gotta go to the States. The States gives you big pieces. Here
Oh
it's like a
really?
little
Yeah, you
sliver,
get
guys.
ripped off here
For
for sure.
$15, a little tiny
For sure.
sliver. It's like, I
That's
love my
true.
food. How are you doing, DJ 2Q? Good to see you as well.
Thanks for coming and joining
Thanks
us
for
here.
joining us. Anyone on my page right now, on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, we are on Chef PLR's channel, so it's better reception and audio, so make your way to Chef PLR's channel. Make sure you guys add him, follow him as well. We've been cooking for over 6 hours, well he has, for over 6 hours now, guys. Amazing.
And I'm very, I know it could be a long day, but I'm grateful you're here. So this has been cooling for what, at least what, half an hour? It's still hot. So the glass is retaining that heat. Glass is an insulator, so that's good to know.
See, it's good to know people in high places, guys, in aisle 7, which is Father Damian's, the heaven section.
So now I'm gonna
The
flip
grocery
these
store.
over briefly, give them a quick, actually, you know what I gotta do is pull the parchment paper out. That's gonna stop it from toasting, see?
He's making fresh bread, you guys, a loaf of bread, DJ 2Q, lasagna. We also had breakfast this morning. This whole entire kitchen is bigger than my entire place in Toronto. So,
We're gonna toast these quickly. I should have pulled the parchment, I forgot. But the bread was literally, we just made it.
how long do you leave that in there, just for a little bit?
So without the parchment paper, you gotta keep an eye on it, for sure. So,
Yes. It's actually in the record.
5, 6, 7 minutes maybe. And the oven's at 350 Fahrenheit. So you don't wanna get distracted and walk away, because then all this work will be gone up in smoke.
Yeah, Lisa Beza says amazing kitchen. DJ 2Q, you gotta just come here to smell
It's
what it
a
smells
job,
like here.
it's a job and a half.
It smells so
In my
good.
opinion, it's worth it.
She
And
goes lasagna.
Look at the size of this thing, wait, oh my goodness, it's heavy.
She said if only I had the
Sucker's
patience to
heavy,
make it.
man.
Or they say, DJ 2Q.
that thing's got some weight to it. So we made a homemade fresh sauce from scratch, and we're just finishing the garlic bread. So I'm just toasting it, getting the garlic butter to kind of soak into it, and you know, get in all the nooks and crannies inside the bread. And this is the loaf of bread we're sending home with DJ Honeyflow.
DJ Too Cute says, please don't show it to me, I'll be licking the screen. Just kidding, but geez.
Wow, that's
And then they
nice.
said garlic butter is agony, I know. Yeah, we're gonna pause the diet and the raw vegetables. This is gonna be a treat for me today, and then I'll go back to raw vegetables, maybe in a few days, I don't know. I'm trying to eat healthy, but hey, you gotta enjoy food, you gotta enjoy it as well. And this smells divine in here, guys, this is great. You have garlic butter, you can smell the garlic butter, the bread.
Oh, look at the color. So look at the color on the bottom. That's from the baking process, but also from just trying to get the garlic butter going. It's a nice color. That's good. You want that. So I'm just going to toast this quick, and then we're going to put the cheese on it.
But what do you eat? I'm curious because you've been working over 6 hours now. So what
I'm
do
just
you eat?
drinking water, and I made
But do you
myself
ever
a
eat anything
ginger
during the
water.
day? Do you
I
ever
eat
eat?
sometimes.
Oh, wow.
I'm normally here for 6 hours.
Wow.
I don't normally eat really.
No?
Here. I taste things.
Isn't it hard though if you're not really eating much?
Sometimes
but you're
it's
eating?
really hard.
Oh wow.
But
Wow.
water or coffee. I'll drink coffee and stuff like that.
So when you go home, are you making dishes too, or are you just making something small? Because that's a lot of work.
No,
here.
my wife will.
Oh,
She'll
okay.
be preparing something.
Yeah, because she cooks too.
She
right?
cooks too. She's not a chef by trade, but she's learned kind of self-taught through her grandparents, her parents, herself. I've given her some tips too.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll be making something, I'm sure.
Clarky says when you cook, you can't eat. Like you can't eat immediately. Speak for yourself, Clarky.
Well, yeah, you can get into the habit of doing it, but I don't know, you don't have to. Who's the DJ? Well, we have FATHERDAMIAN1, that's his handle on Twitch.
Here, we'll show you.
And yeah, DJ Honeyflow is also, as you know, DJ.
Here, I'll go in the
She'll show
next
you.
room. I'll go in the next room. Here are the DJs.
So I'm gonna pull these out, put the cheese on it, and be done with this meal. Now the garlic smells amazing. Be extremely careful. If you want, keep the glove on it. I'm gonna touch the bread, so I don't want to put the glove on it. Flip it over. Flip it over. Get your shredded mozzarella, or Clarky, you can put your smoked Gouda on here if you want. If you want to switch it up a bit. I'm just using this because I grated too much. You don't even have to put cheese on it if you don't want. It's up to you. There's no rule that says you have to put cheese on it.
I can't wait to try this, guys. It smells so good. Ooh. I think I'm gonna just live here. I'm gonna move in, like I said. I'm gonna move in here. You got the DJ here, you got the cook. And you're right at Young and Eglinton, which is perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. Come right along the transit.
Yeah.
Did you,
I
how
love
did
to
you
be
get
stuck
here?
in rush hour. It took me over an hour, and I think an hour and 40 minutes. It took me so long to get here. I should have left earlier, right? Like, the timing makes a difference in Toronto. If you leave 15 minutes later, good luck. It took me a long time.
Even 5 minutes will do a number on the traffic in rush hour. So I'm not putting it on the bottom because I'm going to start cutting the lasagna and I don't want to get distracted. So don't put it right on the bottom shelf for when you're melting the cheese. And
So much traffic here these days, sir.
Oh, the roads are a mess here too,
Clarky
they're all
says,
beat up.
I will move in and take
Like
care of your cats, Father Damien, in
Freaking
exchange for
tank to
moving in.
drive through.
Aren't you allergic to cats?
Lisa Beza says, I will do the dishes. Perfect. So we got people that are dishwashers, we got people taking care of animals.
I've been doing them, but I appreciate that, thank you.
But none of them want to eat the food.
So, and now I'm gonna cut this. Use a narrow blade as opposed to well, you can use whatever you want, but it's not a deep dish anyway, so I'm gonna use the more narrow one. And just try to do a grid pattern. So figure out how big you want to make the pieces, and then make the lines, right? Make the cuts, and then rotate it, and then you figure out the other way. So we can do, because we've got, how many layers do we make? 3 or 4? 1, 2, 3. 3 or 4 anyways. I think the 4th layer is the cheese up here. So we're just going to cut it. They're loaded with a bolognese sauce, which is a meat sauce. And it's going to be quite substantial portion to begin with. So you don't want to go crazy. And if DJ Honeyflow wants to bring some home, I got to go easy on the cuts. Right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, how you cut it is half. So I'll take half of the pan home, or how you cut it is quarter.
So because it's
Like
been
give
sitting,
Father a quarter.
it's kind of all gelled together.
Like give him a little sliver, a quarter, and then I'll take 3/4 home. The rest of the pan home. I think that would work.
And if you want, just gently run the blade along the outside. Remember we put the butter on the outside? That was to prevent the sticking.
So DJ2Q asked, I'm just trying to read the messages from my
I
phone.
won't kill them.
Where are you both located? So we're in Toronto, Canada. We're all in, well, we say Toronto.
We're in Toronto.
Yeah.
We're right here around Yonge and Eglinton, which is a major cross street for Midtown Toronto. Right?
Yeah, Midtown Toronto. I used to live in this area too, like a street up from them, which is amazing. So, but they're right in the central location, you know, Midtown, Yonge and Eglinton, Toronto area.
So I'm going to go, I did one in the middle. I went around the outside, loosened it. One in the middle, somewhat the middle, it's a little off. And I'm going to go one down. So now I'm making half into quarters. Always try to start from the middle if you're trying to make even cuts. And I just got the other knife to scrape, to pull. So when you have stuff building up on your knife, you won't get a clean cut. You'll start dragging through whatever you're cutting, and it'll start pulling up stuff and making everything a mess, really.
I think 3/4 is a good deal. I leave you with the third, 1/4. What do you think?
So now you turn it.
This,
So now if I went down the middle, these pieces are going to be
actually, the
huge.
way this works,
So I'm gonna make kind of
pieces of it.
pieces like that.
Oh,
We do
more,
like these
yeah.
on holidays.
Oh, I figured that, yeah. But then do you have to eat that like 4 or 5 days in a row?
No, I don't have to, but,
Like how long can you eat leftovers for?
or frozen,
How long could you eat leftovers for?
if
Some
frozen,
people can only do it 2 days or 3 days, but.
for
if they're
lasagna,
frozen, yeah. Or you're good, you can keep eating?
for lasagna, I'll eat every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For me, I think my max would be 2 days for leftovers. What about you guys in the chat room? How many days can you guys eat leftovers? Say if it's frozen or not, like eating the same thing every day.
Oh, I could do
How
it.
many days can you guys do it? For me, I think it would probably be like 2 days,
I
maybe
could
3
do
days.
4 or 5
tops.
easy,
Oh, I can't do
depending
4 or
on
5.
what it is.
I can eat the lasagna the whole rest of the,
Wow, Clarky says 4 days,
You
DJ
guys see
Surf
that?
says 2 days.
some things I can't.
Joe
DJ
wants
Surge,
some.
you still here? Oh yeah,
She's
good,
asking
good.
if you could
My
stay for some.
reinforcements. Okay, so now,
Ooh, that sounds good, Lisa Beza. She says making salad and rice, wine for supper. Done. Wow, that sounds really good. Kayla's like, save me some too. They've been here 6 hours with us. Over 6 hours. We're 6 hours and a half.
Wow. Wow, you gotta take a look at this cheesy garlic bread.
Oh, this looks
oh, I'm
so
finally
good.
shutting the oven off.
Wow.
Finally,
Oh, do you have to
2
put it on
days.
mine too?
No, but now you can
Oh,
you
you
can
gotta
fully
figure
coat
yourself.
it. I'm just trying to finish up here, and you know, everybody's gotta
No, I
get
think he's
going,
putting
so.
garlic butter on it.
We're hungry.
That's kind of what it looks like, so just put it off to the side right now.
I have a deadline so that I have to go
And-
to the movies.
We've got 12 pieces of lasagna here.
And DJ Honeyflow only gets 2.
2 pieces? What?
One for now and
Part
one
of
for
these
later.
boots. These boots are tight on me right now. My feet are hurting. You guys can't see my boots.
So you wanna get something of
You
equivalent
want
size for
Let's see
pulling
if you
out
can
your
see my
squares.
boots.
Nothing too much bigger or small, you want something just right. So that you can get in there and you're not, if it's too big, you're gonna start reefing up on other pieces. And if it's too small, if it hasn't gelled together, it's gonna start
I should-
caving in off the sides,
I
right?
should
So,
wear these boots.
let me show you a presentation.
Okay, now you can
See
see.
my
Now
boots?
you'll be able to see.
You guys see my boots? I should not wear these boots. Right here. Right here. I should have worn slippers like Father Damien. Right
I'm gonna use
here.
these bowls
Oh, I
here.
can't see.
I know it. That's what
Wait till he moves. I'll wait for a sec. Then we'll show you.
That's what I did. See? I did that.
See, I should be smart like these guys and wear Renners. What was I thinking?
Ooh, look at that.
Ooh, this looks
Look.
pretty good.
It's gelled together
That's all you get.
and just put it in
That's
there.
it.
Right.
What do you mean
The
that's
chicken
it?
you can have all.
That's a full pan.
The chicken you can have all, but this is how much I eat it. This is how much I would have.
You eat the full pan of lasagna.
He could knock this off in a week, easy.
What? You
Easily.
eat all that in a week?
Easily.
Come on,
Butter's a
Father
machine,
Damien, we'll
man.
switch. I'm gonna give you the raw vegetables. We'll
So
change.
this is
No
why-
way, Jose.
This
For
is why it's
lasagna.
important. Hold on one sec. This is why it's important to let it rest and let it cool a bit, so everything comes back and reconstitutes and glues together. Because the heat makes it loose. Sorry, go ahead.
What's that, Kayla? You're sharing the food with us.
Yeah, Keila, tell him he's gotta share the food with me.
Paper towel lightly dampened, and just clean the dish.
I know, this is really divine, you guys. It smells very good in here. Lasagna, garlic toast, glass of wine. I got Irish cream, a nice bottle. Hey, Jenkins, good to see you. What are your
Jenkins,
thoughts
thank you,
about
welcome.
putting ham on it or Parmesan on it?
100%. If you have it, use it. I don't have it here because of the high salt content in it. I can't use it here. I could, but it would be very sparingly.
The cooking class.
Hey,
4. Welcome
cooking
in.
class
But
4.
certainly, if you've got Romano cheese or Parmesan cheese, certainly use it.
Kayla says
Cooking
you have
class
to share.
tour.
You have to
Good
share.
afternoon, almost good evening. Thanks for stopping by. I wanted to see your show this past weekend with the German cooking, but I was so busy I couldn't do it. But I'm gonna check the reruns later if you have them up. Shout out to Cooking Class Pour. He's also another chef, and he's also makes a lot of dishes as well.
Clarky says, I want your life, Father Damien. See? I mean, we can't be a priest, obviously, Clarky. I asked if nuns get this, if you can be a nun. Like, what can we do
So
to get a chef?
I don't know. So Cooking Class Pour, we made homemade. Can't think of the word now.
Lasagna.
No, the meat sauce, bolognese, homemade bolognese sauce, and homemade lasagna, and homemade bread. We just took it out of the oven. I don't know if you can see it there. And I also made breakfast for the 2 guests I've got on the show today. So it's been a full day for me. So you guys, there you go. You can put a sprig of parsley on it if you want, or basil as a garnish, or you can chop some up, put it on top. But
What's a sprig?
it's like a little cluster of leaves.
Oh, okay.
So it looks nice. No, well, yeah, but it's like the leaves are intact, right?
I'm just kidding. I have no clue.
So-
I have to cook.
I'm not going to put extra sauce on it because it's loaded with sauce, and that's a good way to serve it. You can put it out on your table like this for your family. Make sure it's on the those pads you put on the table to protect your table.
I can't speak for DJ Honeyflow, but
And
mine will be
I'm just
gone in
gonna
like
cut the bread up now.
30 seconds. I can't speak for DJ Honeyflow, but my lasagna will be done in 30 seconds.
Oh, Father
I'm
can eat a
so
burger in 2 bites.
Yeah, it takes me a while to eat.
3 bites if it's
I gotta be
2
quiet.
bites
when
this
I'm
guy.
eating.
Unbelievable.
I take too long.
This guy's
I
a
take
machine.
2 hours to eat my meal.
It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it in my life, to be honest with you.
Since I have to go to the movies, DJ Honeyflow will be
Father's a
halfway
machine.
eating her food as I'm kicking her out.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick me out. Before you leave, let's get the Tupperware ready then, if they're gonna kick me
Oh,
out.
don't worry, I'll take care of this. Don't worry.
Or I'll take the one,
Chef PLR
I'll
will.
take the bread that's already done.
So these are
That
good.
doesn't have salt, I can't have it.
Oh, yeah.
These are good. You wanna make sure the dish is clean for presentation.
Who's that? Mark Lilly?
I think Jengus asked, I think we covered that. Chef, what's your
On
favorite meal to
beautiful
cook for
shot.
someone?
What's that? What's this?
Oh, no, never mind. I'll delete him.
What's your favorite meal to cook for someone? I think we did ask you this earlier on the show, but Jengus
I
is asking.
like excuse me, there's many, I don't have a favorite, but I do like making roasts or grilling stuff. And then, you know, depending on what you're making, you do nice roast potatoes or mashed or whatever. And nice grilled veggies. Veggies are nice, right? You like veggies, so
Yes.
grilled veggies, right? So we're gonna cut this bread up. I just gotta get it on the cutting board
Ooh,
here.
this is good. You guys, this is good. Look, they're both gone.
And
Let's pack up some of this stuff.
we're gonna send DJ Honeyflow. She's been a huge help and supporter for getting today, like all the things in the background online going.
I'm gonna be
So
doing
I'm
that right now.
sincerely grateful to her.
The smell is amazing, Jengus. I can't even begin to tell you guys. Like, I'm making
Damp
the
cloth.
sausage this morning, the
See
lasagna,
this?
the garlic. Smells very, very good.
Damp cloth.
I'm gonna say grace now so we can just eat when it comes.
You have to leave right at 4, like 15 minutes.
Well, no, 4:30, the max. But I have to finish by 4 so I can use the
What?
wash.
We just got started.
So
started.
homemade bread
Started.
slash garlic bread.
6 hours in.
I'm not
It's
going
a
anywhere.
massive strip. So cooking class we started at what time? 9?
Yeah, we started at
9 o'clock
You
we
got it.
got
I'm
it.
A
gonna
little
bring my
off,
runners.
9, 10.
Yeah, 9:10. I'm gonna bring my runners next time, definitely. I'm gonna stay here till 10 o'clock with his cats. Everyone's gonna be leaving, so I guess.
Well,
Just
yeah,
me and
it
the
should show a
cats.
timer on
And
that,
you
right?
guys, I guess.
6.5 hours.
6.5 hours.
So for you guys viewing, you guys are machines also. And my hat's off to you. That's unbelievable.
Say the
You
prayer.
guys have been here the whole time. So we're gonna,
No one would stay on
I'm
for
gonna
6
put
hours.
these on.
Parkies like do not
platters,
leave without.
and then they can just grab it themselves.
Jengus says, I just ate a salad. I'm so jealous of that meal. Food excites me. It makes me happy. But after this week, I'm
In the
definitely.
name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we're about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's just in case,
Amen.
so I can eat right away.
Amen.
So there you go. If you have one extra, you can leave it off, because you wanna keep the plate cleaned up.
That extra one is for the chef.
So, look, so you hold that.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Try not to tilt it too much.
Wow, look at this, guys.
And then I got the
Can they see
lasagna.
it? Can they see it? I don't know.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they
And the
can-
lasagna?
Don't worry, there's a delay.
Yeah, there is a delay. I don't want to tilt
So
it.
homemade
Should we go
everything, homemade
closer to the
everything.
camera?
It took a day to do it, but there's a lot of good, healthy food here.
Can they see it?
Oh yeah, look at the screen.
Yeah.
So you're good. We're good. You guys can go now. if you
Yay!
want. And I'm gonna
You
clean
want me
up
to
this
keep my mic
mess
on
here.
as we're eating?
You guys, I'm taking this food and running. Sorry, guys.
So I'm gonna make sure these guys are taken care of and fed properly, and I'm just gonna clean up. But if you, like I said, anybody with any questions, I know I was thinking a salad too, but
Salad?
it's a little too much right now. But
We
you're
wanna
certainly
play by
right, you're
ear.
right,
They
you're right.
wanna watch us eat, we wanna play by
You're
play
right.
during the eating. Okay, put the camera on Father Damien to see how fast he eats.
Oh my gosh, this guy's unbelievable.
You could switch my camera. That might be a bit weird, but
You put that
I
on.
stick out here, okay. Wow, this looks amazing.
Can I
Thank
have
you
a
so
spoon
much.
with mine?
Cutlery?
Yes,
Oh
please.
my goodness. I guess you can talk about or anything else. We're gonna eat this, guys. This is so good.
Oh,
Yeah, Lisa Beza says we need hype train. Excellent work, Chef PLR.
Oh,
So
thank you.
true. So
Thank
make
you.
sure you guys come through. I wonder
I'll
if
use
we could probably switch the camera over.
No,
You
it's
really?
okay.
I don't know
No,
if
you
you
don't
wanna
wanna
watch
do
them
that.
eat.
Yeah, because I can eat fast.
You don't wanna see that. Anyways,
Looks amazing.
everyone, thank you.
Oh, you can
You
keep
guys,
talking
you
to
guys,
them.
oh, okay, we're gonna still hang out. They
Yeah,
still wanna do
why
some
not?
chatting.
Is there anyone you want to raid into?
Oh, that's the next question.
This looks amazing.
Oh, that's
I wonder if I can rate. Oh yeah. I'm
Thanks
gonna
for all
have to rate
your support, everybody, and for sticking around. I know it's been a long day. It's
This looks good.
been a long
What
day.
does it taste like?
too. Mhm.
I appreciate it.
Good.
Man,
Mhm.
garlic bread's good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, garlic bread's
Garlic
really,
bread's
really
really
good.
good.
So do I put garlic on mine when I get home, or how does that work? You use fresh garlic?
Yeah, just fresh garlic, puree it up.
This is already garlic. There's already garlic in there. You just
Mhm.
put extra.
Or on my piece, I
DJ
mean.
Serge, thanks so
I don't
much
think you
for
put
your
garlic
time
on.
here.
Oh, this
And
is
Clarky,
really good.
thanks so much. I'm
Should
not
we
sure if
show
I'm
them?
pronouncing
I
this
don't know,
right.
they kind of already saw it.
Elizabeza, is that how you say it? Thank you. I appreciate your compliments, your comments.
Should you guys show them?
Oh, Jangus 3000, thank you, that's
Here,
nice.
maybe I'll
Joan,
I'll take a bite and show
YSY1, thank you.
You guys, this is, I'm not even just saying this. This is
Oh,
a really, really good lasagna. I'm not even saying this. You made the fresh tomato sauce, right?
Yeah,
You could taste
everything's
it, like
fresh,
everything,
everything's fresh.
it tastes so good and so fresh. Wow,
Thank
really,
you.
really good.
Thank you so much, Kayla, thank you, everybody, really, I know it's been, and I'm gonna say it again, it's been a long day. And for you guys to stick around and have us with you is a huge compliment. So I'm just gonna tidy up, I think DJ Honeyflow and DJ FATHERDAMIAN1 are gonna just kinda, I don't know, I think they've got their mics with them.
Yeah, but my mouth is
I
full.
feel really, really bad because I feel like the chat room needs food. So remember, caring is sharing. Remember, I'm sharing with you guys right now, okay? Here, I'm gonna go like this. This is what I normally do when I share. There we go.
Wow, that's nice.
There,
It's nice and
I
hearty
shared my
too,
food with you. Remember that.
with the beef, if you make the bolognese sauce, if you make it with
Yeah,
beef,
this is really, really
that's
good.
nice. Now, if you don't like beef, you can use ground chicken, you can use ground
The
turkey if you
sauce
want.
is different.
You don't have to use beef. Lamb's nice, make a nice lamb. Oh, if you guys like lamb, try that with that. Anybody like lamb in the chat? Not too many people like
How
lamb,
did you make the tomato sauce? Is it just strictly tomatoes? You didn't put anything else in there?
just tomatoes. Well, I did add a jar of these strained tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing in it, there's no spices or anything, it's just, so this is a cooked tomato strained off. The only reason I added this to my sauce was to keep the thickness from getting too, you don't want your sauce, you don't want your sauce too thick.
Don't keep up to me. Because I usually have to run.
I know you
Because I
gotta
can-
go.
These are oven baked ready
Normally,
lasagna noodles. If you're
I
gonna
finish my-
use
I come-
these,
I have to eat quickly.
you
then I
can't
have to
have
go
a
to
thick
another
sauce.
Hmm.
So
It just won't
if I
work.
don't,
Because you're
And also
putting them,
the mechanical-
you're not cooking them first, you're laying them out in a dish like we did here. And the sauce has to have a certain not too
Maybe if he
thick,
explains
but not
everything,
too
he put
thin,
that in here
kinda,
again.
Now you can,
viscosity to it, that's the right word.
Mm.
And it's gotta be able to literally simmer while it's, and that's what it was doing when we had it all covered up.
Maybe if you could explain
Okay.
everything you did in the lasagna, just so they know, like recap it.
Oh my gosh.
Here's the lasagna. Okay? This is what Chef Paul gave me. Chef PLR. Look.
And Father's piece was bigger than DJ Honeyflow's.
Was it?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Well, it
Hey,
was-
that's not
yeah,
fair. He inhaled that piece.
It was a
I'm
little
still
bit off in
eating.
size, but it was a little bit bigger.
You should see how much I have
Okay,
left.
yeah, come and show.
You should see how much I have left. Look at how fast this guy eats. I'm trying to keep up with him. I can't.
Father's a
Usually-
machine.
Usually,
Look at you guys. Look how much I have left. Can they see?
yeah, they can. Wait, you gotta come back a little. Back a
Ooh,
little.
I'm like afraid.
Right
I don't
there,
want to
yeah,
drop
right there.
it. Look at this, you guys. Look, I'm still eating. I haven't even finished. That's crazy. This guy eats fast, man.
That's because the life of a priest. So who was it? Was it Clarky saying she wants my life? The life of the priest, you're on call all the time. You're doing so many things that you have to eat quick so that you can go to the next thing, or else you will not eat. There have been Sundays where I didn't eat the entire day until after my stream, because I have masses in the morning, I have baptisms, I have spiritual directions, I have the stream, and then I don't eat until after. So if I don't get something in and eat quickly, I'll never eat the entire day. So I'm just fortunate, and then I got into the habit of eating quick. Thank you.
And let me just add this, Father Damian's by himself. There's some parish churches that have at least two, if not three or more priests. He's by himself on top of it.
Yeah, I'm by myself taking care of over 1,000 families of this, in this parish, and non-Catholics also. That's good.
Do you know them well? Like, do you feel like people really connect together?
Some parishioners I know well because they come and they do a lot of they interact. Others they just come for the mass and leave. That's fine too. Because they're really not here to meet me, they're here to meet Christ. And so
I like how you stand at the door and talk to everyone. A lot of churches don't really do that or have time. I think that's really good. It shows you care, you want to connect with people, right?
Yeah, no, he's DJ Serge, he's by himself.
yeah, DJ Serge, I'm by myself. So whenever I get a lot of people asking me to do rate trainings and stuff, and it's like, well, you have to do it around my time. Because I can't really.
Thanks, Clarky, I appreciate it.
I really can't. Because I know sometimes people stream full time or they're DJs full time, but I'm not. Father Damien, how come some churches have a deacon? Oh yeah, some churches have a deacon because there are men that feel the call to be a deacon, which, by the way, in the Greek, diakonia means servant. They have a call to serve the church in a particular way, and they come out from the parish. So our parish actually, there's a couple people who are interested in becoming deacons, but unfortunately by that time it's too late because they'll have to be in it for another 4 to 5 years of training, of studies, and then if they're ordained, then they're assigned to this parish. But I might not be here in this parish because the priests move every 6 to 12 years, and this is my 10th year here. Oh wow, look at that.
Kayla says, what happens if you choke because you're eating so fast?
Then we
Kayla
call
says
a
that?
priest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't see it up here, but anyways, Kayla, I won't choke for 2 reasons.
Clarky says you don't look busy to me.
Oh, well, Clarky, today, this is my week off, my vacation, and I'm here helping.
Yeah, so this is another thing, these guys are
So
here.
I'm technically supposed to be on vacation right now. And as you saw, I was called away doing different things for the church. And I was even on my vacation. So many of you that take your vacations, your work isn't calling you, but my work calls me. So I had to go and I had to sign checks, or else things don't get paid in the church. bills the heating, the lighting, and stuff like that. So I'm the one that has the authority to sign the checks. Elizabeth, you're welcome.
Looking for a moving company.
That's right, DJ Surge. Yeah, I'm on call 24/7, and then even my phone. A lot of the police officers all the police officers in York Regional Police have access to contacting me when they need help, right? Because I'm one of their chaplains. So on top of that,
Jenkins says you influenced him. He's ordering Italian tonight.
I saw that, yeah, it's a nice compliment, thank you.
well, Kayla, I don't really. I mean, I know my mom's in the chat or in the channel, but I don't visit them as often as I used to. When I was associate, I would actually go over there to their house once a week, and I would actually sleep over
I can't help but believe how fast he ate it.
and
Wow.
spend time. But now that I'm a pastor, I kind of have to be here in the church in case anything happens. So I never really take off, and even my vacation is really only 4 days because I can't really take off and go somewhere in case there's a problem. If I had an associate pastor, if I had 2 priests here, then I would be able to take off. But because I'm if anything happens, I need to be present. So if someone dies, if someone, I need to be present, even though I'm on holidays. And I know for a fact, because I have friends in York Regional Police that are other chaplains that are different denominations, and what they've told me is, in the Catholic Church in Toronto, my church is one of the smaller churches in terms of people. So 1,000 families is small-ish. Whereas we have other parishes in this diocese that have like 20,000 families.
Wow.
Not persons, families. So you have to multiply that between 3 to 5 people per family. So 20,000 times 3 to 5 people, right? And so they require 2 to 3 priests, and they have many more masses. So I'm only permitted to do 2 masses a day, weekday, 2 masses a day. So they will have like mass. They will have like sacraments ready.
That lasagna was unbelievable. So good.
Hey, I didn't get my lasagna. Where is it?
I just finished it. Hey, aren't we supposed to give to the poor? Like technically we're supposed to give to the poor, right?
Yes, we're supposed to give to the poor, but
Like,
however, the funds that are given to the stewardship of funds that are given to us are not for the poor.
what about the poor DJs?
Well,
Poor
there-
DJs.
there
Poor.
are- there are places in the Catholic Church, so we give to Share Life. So Share Life, what that does is they give to, it's a charitable organization also. So proceeds come from our church to Share Life, and then it goes to like 27 or 30 different agencies. So all the parishes around the diocese, they give money and help out all the different organizations that are charitable. So whether it's like a Boys and Girls Club, whether it's the homeless, Good Shepherd Refuge, whatever it might be, soup kitchens, all those things. St. Vincent de Paul, yes, Elizabeth.
What about poor DJs that only have raw vegetables in their
Yeah,
fridge?
you'd have to go to St. Vincent de Paul, which Elizabeth said, which is an extension of the church.
Oh,
But
St. Vincent.
the donations that come into the church for the offertory the funds are meant to be to run the running of the building of the church and the food. So even as generous as I might want to be, if I can't give, we're not supposed to be. So if you go to any church across any Catholic church across the board, you go to the priest and say, hey, I need money. Can I get money? We don't have cash on hand. We really don't. So we have to deposit the money right away. It's counted, it's deposited, it's done with, and the money that we donate or we get goes to already the Archdiocese charitable organizations, and then what they do with those funds is they end up helping others. But yes, because then we have to run the lights, we have to run. So to give you an idea, we need to also keep money in the account in case something happens and we have to do repairs. So we found out about 6 or 7 years ago that there was asbestos in the hall. Can anyone guess how much it costs to remediate the basement and then to put back the ceiling tiles? It costs over $250,000.
That's crazy.
Okay,
That's a lot.
you have a repair on your roof at a house. How much is it going to cost you? You know, you might say $30,000, $40,000, right? Our church needs shingles. You know how much it's going to cost to do the church? No, not $5,000. So at least it costs $5,000 for a house. It costs $500,000 for our church. So we're supposed to. It's $500,000 here. 1 million. Oh, that's 100,000. Yeah, here in the church, our church is $500,000 to repair the roof because of the fact that of the way the steep incline is.
I could
So
put these in the dishwasher
it's
too,
not-
right? I just rinse
It's
these
not
and put
it's
these
not
in
a
the dishwasher.
regular flat
Yeah?
roof.
Oh, okay, thanks. Oh, that was so good. Oh my goodness. That was probably the best lasagna I've ever had.
Yeah, we got rid of the asbestos, but it costs
I gotta learn
it
how
costs,
to make it the way you make it.
over $250,000. They have to redo wiring, they have to redo
Really
many
takes the
things.
flavors and the with the cheese, the tomatoes.
The freshness of the
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you go to the churches,
But you didn't kind of.
they're not
you
gonna
don't make
literally
it
have
with the
money
tomato?
on hand to give anyone anyways.
Oh, okay.
I cut them up.
Oh,
I
yeah,
peeled
so
them, we
good.
blanched them, we pulled the skin off,
Mhm.
then I chopped them up.
Oh, wow.
I
Yeah,
added,
very good.
Kayla, no,
only
I have
one
not.
jar, I only added one.
Oh, wow. I'm
So
gonna
it's all
have to get it.
natural. Well, it's, you can
Yeah,
get,
so good.
I
Anywhere.
got them at Longo's, I think.
Is it like tomato sauce or
It's,
fresh tomatoes?
strained tomatoes.
Oh,
It's cooked, they're all cooked, and they're
Okay.
strained off.
yeah.
You just add it to
And
the
then you
sauce.
use real.
Peter
tomatoes.
Matthews, welcome in. Welcome to Heaven's Kitchen
And
with
you use real
Chef
tomatoes.
PLR.
Peel.
Well, you can.
Wisconsin in the house.
I did that, you don't have to, but I did that to get the texture, so you feel like you actually bite into the tomato.
Oh, I see.
I did it on purpose.
Yeah, it's super good,
Yeah.
really, really good,
Well,
yeah.
Thank you.
I tried eating fast, but not as,
Compliments.
he eats fast.
Does depend size room. How is the price figured estimated? Yeah, square footage, Elizabeth. Square footage and how much you have to
That's
take out, and then
ridiculous.
also
DJ Surge.
on top of square footage.
Thank you for
You
making
also-
that today, so good.
Oh, Chef PLR, you have a new first-time chatter. Peter Matthews. Peter Matthews from Wisconsin just came in.
Oh, welcome, good evening. Almost good evening.
Wow.
Thank you for coming by and.
Now it's almost 7 hours. 7 hours.
Yeah, we've been on, I did make breakfast for these are my two guests, so
Breakfast.
you just came into the show. I have two DJs here, well, this is
Well,
my
I'm not a
boss.
DJ, I'm a priest.
This is my boss, but he also does DJ shows. And this is DJ Honeyflow. She also has her own streaming channel on Twitch. And I just started a couple of weeks ago. So they're here to celebrate with me because I just made an affiliate. So they're here to kind of help me and kind of be a part of that celebration. So I was
Okay,
just looking for them
Elizabeth.
today.
Thank you guys, I just wanna say thank you so much, this has been such a great day, you guys.
Thanks so much for being
Almost
here.
7 hours, and you know, and the
Hello, Peter.
lasagna, mwah, the lasagna was amazing. The lasagna was really, it's probably one of the best lasagnas I've ever tried, I'm not even kidding you guys. And I had a lot of Italian clients in Vaughan that made fresh, like, you know, Vinny zucchinis, they were clients of mine. But like, this lasagna is probably the best
Wow.
I've
Thank you.
tried, so good, you guys. And
Thank you so
artichokes.
much. That's very
Oh,
kind.
Elizabeth says congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone being here and taking their time out of their day to be here with us. That's
means a lot,
So make sure you guys add
Vaughan, nice area, yeah, it's not a bad area, it's north,
This is a
north
great area.
of, the city.
This is an expensive area, Midtown.
Why?
Midtown. Very expensive. Midtown. Thank you guys also for coming.
Oh, are we
through.
raiding into someone?
I can raid,
We're
yeah,
gonna do a raid,
or we can raid in.
I'll
Who do
leave
you
that
guys
up
wanna
to
raid
the
into?
professional.
You guys are raid to whoever. Wow, guys, almost 7 hours.
Wow.
We should keep it 4 minutes so you reach the 7-hour mark. My belly is full, you guys. This is the best.
Oh, I'm glad she's,
I don't want to
glad
fight
she's
with
right.
a priest over lasagna and bread, but I don't know.
Well,
It's
you're
pretty
bringing
good
bread.
lasagna. I know.
I'm sending her home with a loaf of bread.
Ooh. Yeah, that's huge. But could I have a little bit of lasagna? I mean, I don't want to impose, but I may as well ask in the chat in front of people. So
Yeah.
Father Damien can't refuse. But I don't want to take his food. I don't want to take his food. But I do want to take his food, you guys. I don't want to be greedy, but I'm telling you, this lasagna is the best lasagna I've tried.
Wow.
Not even just saying that.
Nice thing
The
to say.
freshness of the tomatoes coming through, how he prepared it with ricotta cheese, right?
Well, we call it ricotta, but you
Ricotta.
can say ricotta if you want.
Okay, yeah,
That's,
it is
from
good.
Italian background, that's the way we were taught to say it. But ricotta.
DJ Surge is like, okay, after next week, guys, everything's getting a little tight on me. After next week, I'm gonna be doing, especially on camera. I feel like the camera adds like 50 pounds. But next week, I'm going back to raw vegetables.
I'm looking for her.
Oh, it's so good, Marky. It's
Excuse
so good. It really is. And thank you for the Irish cream. They gave me a beautiful bottle as well. I told them I'm coming here monthly, whether Father Damien's here or not. I'm still going to show up at the door monthly and come here and hang out with them. We got to do this again. It was fun. You know, we got to definitely stream again. And if you're ever up for an interview, Chef PLR, let me know. I'd love to have you on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just to learn more about you and your culinary experience, and he's been a chef for 40 years, you guys. Like,
Well,
that's incredible.
almost that long.
Yeah.
What type of streamer?
Let's not add years to it now.
What type of streamer do you want to raid into?
Let's see here. Hey, the real deal Holyfield. I see
Uh,
everyone under my chat. Make sure you go to Chef PLR's page and add him. We're all there right now. We're actually not on my pages.
oh, wow. Nice.
And everyone on Facebook, make sure you're adding him too. Okay,
Peter
let's
Matthews,
see.
007, thank you for coming by, stopping in. Whoever you think is best, I don't know.
Could you see anyone? Father Damien?
Well,
Any
I see
ideas?
some people, but
Any ideas?
I don't know if you want to go into a music streamer.
Is cooking class tour? He came on. Are you still here
He's
with
not.
us?
He's not on them.
Yeah, I don't see
Oh,
him.
he's not on. And what about Darth?
He's not on.
He's not on either.
I see all DJs on mine. I don't really see any other different shows
I don't
right
know.
now. I'm looking.
Okay, well, there's another Toronto person we could jump into.
Yeah, who's that?
The Roxy Paradox. She plays the guitar and sings.
Okay, let's do that.
Sure, let's do
Roxy
that.
Paradox.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Roxy Proxy?
No, the Roxy Paradox.
Not sure if I see that. Roxy Paradox. How do you spell the name? Are you raiding into it? Because I'm gonna raid my channel too.
Let me know when you guys, I want to say goodbye to everyone. Let me know when.
Oh, you should probably say goodbye now.
Oh.
Oh, the Roxy Paradox, right?
Okay, everyone. Thanks so much again. I could thank you all day long, and I sincerely mean it. Being here for an hour, 2 hours is enough, but 7 hours.
Some of
we've
these
been on
people were
so
here in your chat for 7 hours. The whole
You
entire
guys should
time.
be here eating. Never mind.
No, they shouldn't be here eating.
So I am genuinely sorry, hearts on this side. Genuinely grateful, and I really sincerely appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to be here.
Hang on for the raid. Here we go.
All right, hang
Go on
on
in
for
for
the
a
raid, you
raid.
guys.
Ciao.
I'm
Take
gonna
care.
raid my channel too. So we're going to Roxy Proxy.
Oh,
She's
nice.
from Toronto. I've never heard her, so it'll be someone
Nice.
new. Gotta always rep the ladies too, support them too,
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Clarky, Lisa, Beza, everyone that's come through. Make sure you guys stick around for the Roxy Paradox, and we are gonna raid out. Gonna take this lovely bread here as well, and maybe
Yeah.
some lasagna. Maybe.
You're gonna get lasagna, don't worry.
I know the lasagna's really good. All right, thank you guys. I'm gonna rate
Ciao.
my channel as well. Make sure you guys stick around. Wow, we're exactly 7 hours. 7 hours.
Unreal.
Of cooking. It went by so fast, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, I'm gonna rate my channel right now. Make sure you guys stick around as well with DJ Honeyflow, Chef PLR's channel, and also Father Damien. Make sure you guys add them as well. And we're gonna rate into her right now. So thank you guys for coming through.
Thanks
It's been
so much.
amazing. So much fun today. All right, so I'm gonna try to rate
Oh, I think
my
that's
channel.
her there.
Yeah, that's her. So you guys rated. Maybe try a few times, Father Damien. Sometimes it doesn't rate properly. I'm gonna try rating my channel. 7 hours. Unbelievable.
Thanks so much for all you did to help
Yeah,
me.
it's so much fun. We're gonna do this again. All right, see you guys. We're gonna try rating again. Thank you guys
Oh,
so
she's
much.
from Toronto.
We'll see you guys soon.
That's nice, eh? I like doing that.